The protagonist was seen in the neighborhood coughing. Entering a dark alley, a deep cough echoed, carrying far into the alley. Rita, our protagonist, staggered out, coughing and clutching her hand over her mouth as she gazes at the blood that stained her hand. Sick and desperate, she muttered, "Not yet. I refuse to die yet." Rita continued climbing the stairs, defying death with every step, her determination a stark contrast to the weakness overtaking her body. As she ascended, memories flooded her mind. Her life had plummeted into despair due to one man. At 16, her wealthy family was falsely accused by him, leading to her mother's tragic suicide. By 19, Rita endured abuse, her status reduced to that of a pub waitress. Now 23, she suffered from a terminal illness, awaiting death's inevitable arrival. Amidst her struggles, Rita received an unexpected chance at life when Count Alberhart, the daughter of another noble family, approached her. Verta envied Rita's impending death, expressing a desire to abandon life without effort. Rita, taken aback, dismissed Verta as a contemptuous individual, seemingly feigning enlightenment. Pressing on, Rita grappled with the notion of accepting her fate. Refusing to yield, she declared her determination to live even if it meant bargaining with the devil. Encountering a powerful fortune teller, he proposed a sinister deal, exchanging Rita's sick body for Verta's healthy one. Rita stunned at first, but then a wicked laugh escaped her lips. Filled with newfound malice and desperation, she agreed to the proposition, fully embracing her dark fate. After the transformation, Rita found herself inhabiting Verta's body. A curious blend of annoyance and satisfaction washed over her as she surveyed her new form in the mirror. Foolish girl, she mused, noting Verta's less-than-ideal personality contrasted with her physically appealing appearance. Despite her misgivings, Rita couldn't deny the allure of her new body. With a mix of gratitude and a tinge of malicious intent, she silently thanked Verta for this unexpected gift, knowing it would offer her opportunities she had never before imagined. As she scrutinized her reflection, she leaned closer to the mirror, her eyes darkening with a hint of malice. "I wonder if she's dead," she muttered under her breath, the thought of her former self meeting demise igniting a twisted sense of satisfaction within her. It must have been quite the shock to wake up as Rita, the terminal consumption patient, she mused, turning away from the mirror. But I didn't do anything wrong. In fact, she should be grateful. For a cowardly, pathetic girl who has failed time and time again to take her own life, a body that will actually kill her is the perfect gift, she thought, a dark smirk playing at the corners of her lips. As Rita examined her new body, she couldn't help but notice the remnants of Verta's struggles. Weak, she scoffed, observing the cuts on her wrists. It was evident that Verta had attempted to take her own life but failed. Rita licked the blood to stop the bleeding, a grim reminder of Verta's struggles that she now carried with her. Interrupting her thoughts, a knock on the door startled Rita. "Miss, it's me, Ian. May I come in?" a voice called from outside. She grabbed a robe as confusion clouded Rita's mind as she wondered who Ian was. "Come in," she called out, hastily covering herself with a robe. Ian, the butler of the Alberhart household, entered the room, mistaking her for Verta. With a respectful greeting, he observed Rita closely. Rita couldn't shake off the strange look in his eyes. Judging from appearances, he's clearly a butler, but what's with that wicked stare, she pondered, her mind racing to make sense of the situation. "Verta, you crazy girl, what in the world have you been up to?" she thought, struggling to piece together the puzzling encounter. "You look like you're in good spirits today," Ian remarked, his gaze lingering on Rita. "Yes, today isn't so bad," Rita replied, trying to maintain the facade. Ian expressed his worries at seeing Rita downcast recently but was happy that she seemed to have changed her mind. Rita, acknowledging his observation, replied affirmatively, suggesting she had indeed decided to make some changes. As she pondered over what exactly he meant by this, Ian's concern heightened as he noticed the cuts on her wrists. "Miss, you've injured yourself again?" Ian exclaimed in fear, his voice betraying genuine worry. Rita felt a sense of detachment towards Ian's distress even though she inhabited Verta's body. No matter how much you do this, nothing will change, Ian chided gently, his words tinged with resignation as he addressed the recurring self-inflicted harm. Rita listened as Ian spoke about her engagement to Count Lawrence's family, a revelation that caught her off guard. What? This girl had a fiancé, she thought, feeling a surge of dread at the unexpected news of an impending marriage to someone she didn't know. As Ian held her injured hand, Rita couldn't shake off the apprehension looming over her. An arranged marriage with the Lawrence family isn't so terrible, Ian remarked, attempting to reassure her. After all, the institution of marriage offers many benefits besides the love of a husband. Rita couldn't help but wonder if this was the reason why Verta was so miserable as to resort to self-harm. Yet she found herself pondering the supposed benefits of such an arrangement, her mind swirling with unanswered questions. As Ian's gaze shifted towards her bosom, Rita felt a blush rising to her cheeks. Decided to play dumb, she feigned innocence at his suggestive glance. It appears you've truly had a change of heart. Very good, miss. Ian commented, his smirk betraying a hint of desire, his tone laced with subtle implications. Well then, may I help you relax like usual? Since you'll have to get used to it soon, leaving her stunned. Suddenly Ian approached Rita, causing her heart to race with uncertainty. He yanked her into his arms with a swift motion as she screamed, then placed her on the bed, leaving Rita startled. Uncertain of his intentions, Rita tried to maintain her composure, knowing that any sudden refusal might raise alarm, as Ian leaned closer. Ian removed his glove and spoke softly, "Allow me, miss," as he caressed her face. He caressed her thigh as she was unable to resist responding to his touches. Igniting her arousal, and whispered, "You have loosened up nicely. Let me take it a step further. Isn't it odd to remain passive?" What was Verta up to with this butler, that eccentric girl? Rita pondered, grappling to comprehend the situation as Ian took off his glasses. Just a bit longer. Let me assist you in unwinding further. You'll need to become accustomed to this soon, he murmured, safeguarding his glasses as he gently widened her legs. Wait, this is surreal. Vain Verta entwined with a butler, as she mused. Lost in a haze of conflicting sensations, Rita succumbed to the throes of ecstasy, her moans filling the room. The mere idea of a butler engaging in such behavior with the daughter of the household seemed utterly bizarre to her. Eventually she reached her limits, releasing a loud cry of ecstasy as her body surrendered to the rhythms beyond her control. After their intimate moment concluded, Ian tenderly caressed Rita's face, his cheeks flushed as he addressed her as "my beautiful lady." He then spoke of the Lawrence family's promising future in politics, assuring Rita that she would find contentment in the decisions she made in due time. With a gentle kiss to her hand, he urged her to rest as he made his exit, leaving Rita to contemplate the life Verta had been living as she clenched the sheet. As she sank into the comforting embrace of her bathtub, Rita grappled with her thoughts, acknowledging her reluctance to tolerating such behavior despite her recent transformation. Yet she understood the imperative of preserving appearances and refraining from arousing suspicion, at least for the time being. Determined to keep a watchful eye on Ian, Rita rose from the bathtub, enveloping her body in a bathrobe, shedding the remnants of her previous life with determination. Rita before the body switch could never express her malice. She had to hide it away. As she traversed the castle garden, the narration continued, "In that bottom-feeder life, I couldn't even afford powerless malice." Absent-mindedly she admired a rose, plucking it from the stem only to crush it, the narration continuing, "The moment I attracted the attention of the strong, I would have been squashed." Gazing at their family photo, Rita reflected deeply before turning away with conviction, murmuring to herself, "The old me with that wretched life has perished." With a determined gaze she reaffirmed, "Now, I am the Alberhart's sole daughter, Verta Alberhart." With a newfound sense of purpose, Rita seized control of her destiny, fully embracing her role as Verta Alberhart, the esteemed heiress of the prestigious family. Summoning her maids, Rita commanded their attention. She demanded for her dresses be brought, and as they were presented, she examined them with a critical eye, unimpressed by the array before her. With precision and authority, she asked for the fastest rider among them, to which a maid raised her hand. She asked her to bring paper and transcribe her instructions, to which she replied in the affirmative. Without hesitation, Rita conveyed her decision to discard the dresses, signaling her unwavering resolve, stunning the maids. She gazed at a particular dress. The maid looked at her with evident confusion, unsure of Rita's intentions. "These ones could work with some adjustments," Rita remarked, eyeing the dresses before her. "The neckline must go down here," she instructed, pointing to a red dress, and continued, "and the back should go down this far," detailing the desired alterations to the maid. "On the upper body, remove all the excessive embellishments and rid these dresses of those ghastly frills," she concluded before sitting down. Confusion clouded the maid's thoughts as she processed the lady of the household's peculiar requests. These particular dresses had been favorites of the lady, making Rita's directives all the more perplexing. "That's enough for my wardrobe. Go around the boutiques in the city and gather all the spring season pamphlets within the week," Rita commanded the maids in unison. They acknowledged her order with a chorus of agreement. "Jana and Sonia, I have a task for you both. Follow me," Rita instructed, summoning two of her maids as they both looked at each other in confusion. They trailed behind her quietly until they reached the door to a room. "Wait here," Rita directed them before disappearing into the room, shutting the door behind her. Alone in the room, Rita couldn't help but grin mischievously. She slipped off her shoes and tiptoed to the door, ensuring she wouldn't be heard. Pressing her ear against the door, Rita recognized the potential for valuable insights held by the maids about the household. Aware that they often engaged in casual conversations when idle, she patiently awaited their dialogue. Eventually, Sonia broke the silence, questioning Verta's prolonged absence, prompting Rita to listen intently for any further revelations. "Maybe she intends to rearrange her furniture? After all, Count Lawrence's son is visiting next week," Jana speculated. "No way. Verta despises her fiancé, so I doubt she'd bother rearranging her furniture just to make a good impression," Sonia retorted. Rita absorbed their conversation with keen interest, noting that Verta hates her fiancé. The mention of her fiancé's disinterest in her was also noted, which raised questions about his frequent visits to the Alberhart household. "His physique is quite impressive, isn't it?" Jana remarked. "Perhaps it's because of his stoic demeanor," she added thoughtfully. "He consistently brings his friend along to visit his fiancée," as she observed, prompting Rita to ponder the significance of this companion's presence. The revelation about the Lawrence family's connections to Marquis Carter left Rita stunned. "That's likely why the master orchestrated this marriage," one of the maids speculated. Learning that Verta's fiancé was Marquis Carter's right-hand man stirred a familiar hatred within Rita, causing her cheek to flush with resentment. "What an intriguing twist," Rita muttered to herself, her eyes ablaze with malice. She hadn't forgotten the pivotal role the Carter family played in her descent from Baron Wicket's esteemed daughter to a lowly pub waitress. As this resentment fueled her, she whispered with venomous satisfaction, "Magnificent Verta, I'm truly relishing your life." Rita pondered quietly to herself, her mind swirling with questions about the recent events that had transpired. "I've always wondered what drove him to meddle in the affairs of Baron Wicker's family and then chase out the family's young daughter. Why did the second son of the all-powerful Marquis Carter decide to meddle in the trivial affairs of Baron Wicker?" she murmured, her hands clasped tightly against her mouth. Brooding deeply, "I still don't know, but it's all right because now I'll find out for myself," she continued, a hint of determination creeping into her voice. "Just you wait, proud Carter," she said with a wicked grin. "After all he's done to screw me over, it's only right he gets a taste of his own medicine, don't you think?" she smiled wickedly. As she contemplated her plans, Jana and Sonia seemed weary from waiting. The sudden opening of the door startled the maids, but Rita remained composed. "I'd like the perfumes organized, bring them all out," she instructed with a smile. Rita considered perfumes to be like a hidden veil, capable of intoxicating men. Even the cheap perfume she wore as a barmaid had a powerful effect, she mused, imagining the impact of Verta's exquisite collection. Even though her taste in dresses was a mess, she's got quite an excellent perfume collection, she thought. A knock at the door snapped Rita back to reality. "Who is it?" she asked sharply as Ian, the servant, popped his head into the room. He informed her of the early arrival of her fiancé, prompting him to advise Rita to consider the implications for the two families' relationship. "Is that so? Will he be coming with his friend again?" Rita inquired, her gaze sharp. "That barren gentleman?" "Yes. I'm told he'll be coming as well," Ian confirmed, which only deepened Rita's suspicions. "How is it that Baron Jacquard never misses a visit? Does he not tire of it?" she questioned, scrutinizing Ian's response. "Unlike some, he seems quite loyal to his master." "Wouldn't you agree, Ian?" she asked. "I couldn't say, miss." "Well then I shall take my leave," he declared. Ian's departure left Rita pondering his behavior. He was so earnest about my fiancé, so why wouldn't he mention the friend, she wondered. Even stranger, he seems to be startled at my mention of the Baron. Ian, Lawrence's son, his friend, all very suspicious. As the anticipated day arrived, Count Alberhart's fiancé made his entrance, marking the beginning of Rita's plan to uncover the truth behind recent events. Rita stood before the mirror, dressed in a stunning black dress that accentuated her beauty. The scent of her perfume enveloped her as she noticed the scars on her wrists, remnants of Verta's failed suicide attempt. "I don't like it. I can't believe one would damage such a beautiful body," she thought, attempting to rub away the scars to no avail. "Miss, your fiancé and his gentleman friend have arrived. Shall I show them in?" Jana asked, holding a tray. Rita agreed. She dropped the tray, and as she turned to leave, she found herself face to face with Rita, who blocked her way. "Miss," she called, surprised, causing her to pause. "Send Sana to show my fiancé in." "Jana, you stay here with me," Rita ordered firmly. "Pardon? How would I?" "I would be out of place," Jana protested, lacking confidence. Rita's apprehension grew as she considered her options. Turning her gaze to a nearby cupboard, she walked towards it and opened it. She spotted a mopstick inside, her smile taking on a dangerous edge, sending chills to the maid. "Miss, you can't mean..." Jana started, clearly unsettled by Rita's intentions. "Well, come on now, get in," Rita commanded, prompting Jana to comply reluctantly. As Rita's fiancé and the Baron entered the castle, the maids blushed at the sight of the handsome guests. They strode in confidently to meet their host, unaware that Verta was now Rita. "Verta, my beautiful fiancé," Jean exclaimed upon seeing Rita as his face flushed. "It's been a long time, Jean," she replied while he reached for her hand to kiss it. He said, "Too long, Miss Alberhart." Rita chuckled softly, finding Jean surprisingly handsome. Baron Jacquard stepped forward and also kissed Rita's hand, though she couldn't help but notice his lack of land and the uncertain future of his title. Is that why he's acting as both guard and servant to Jean? Still, to come together every time to meet Jean's fiancé, she pondered silently as she exchanged pleasantries with the Baron. "Ah, we meet again, Baron Jacquard. You must have a great deal of time on your hands," she remarked, attempting to mask her discomfort. The Baron's response made Rita uneasy, and she forced a smile as she tried to withdraw her hand. His unusual stare only added to her unease, leaving her questioning his motives. "This jerk is suspicious too," Rita thought to herself as she observed the behavior of Baron Jacquard as she withdrew her hand from his. "I hope the refreshments I've prepared are to your liking," she said politely as she guided her guests to their seats. "Please sit," she offered with a smile, gesturing towards the chairs. Jean and Baron Jacquard exchanged nods before taking their seats. Rita was taken aback when her fiancé chose to sit opposite her, while the Baron settled next to her. "What is he doing?" Rita wondered, astonished by the arrangement. Jean's soft smile only added to Rita's confusion. Another man is sitting next to his betrothed, yet this fiancé has the nerve to smile, she thought to herself, mustering a fake smile in return. Baron Jacquard looked at Jean, who gave him a nod. As the Baron leaned closer to Rita and nudged her, she felt a surge of discomfort. What in the world is going on? I can't afford to act rashly here, she thought, trying to maintain her composure. You don't look quite so uncomfortable today. I take it you've changed your mind? Jean broke the silence, addressing Rita directly as he smiled. She struggled to make sense of the situation, attempting to decipher Jean's intentions. I thought it'd be a bit ridiculous of me to be so stubborn without reason. That's why I've decided to try for now, Rita replied, her words puzzling Jean further. Very true. As expected, you're quite sensible, he remarked, causing Rita to study his expression closely. When I look into his eyes, I can see lust and to an extent caution. But it also seems like he finds me a pain to deal with. Rita analyzed Jean's demeanor, detecting a hint of lust and caution in his eyes. Despite her discomfort, she forced a smile at his words, quickly concluding that her fiancé harbored no genuine affection for Verta. Jean's nod towards Baron Jaccard only added to Rita's confusion. Before she could comprehend the situation, the Baron stood up, seized her arm, turning her to face him. Fear gripped Rita as she found herself pinned down on the couch, unable to comprehend the Baron's intentions. What the hell is this? Rita thought, her heart racing with fear as the Baron forcefully kissed her. She pleaded for him to stop, but he ignored her protests, continuing to exert his control over her. Rita found herself increasingly uneasy with Baron Jaccard's forceful advances. Despite her discomfort, she mustered the strength to protest, uttering, "Please don't touch me." Ignoring her pleas, Baron Jaccard continued, trailing kisses down her neck, yet Rita persisted in her protest, shoving him away as she struggled to catch her breath. Ignoring her defiance, Baron Jaccard provocatively licked his finger, intensifying Rita's discomfort. Meanwhile, Jean, his breath uneven with arousal, taunted, "How does it feel to be kissed and caressed in front of your fiancé, Verta?" his perverse fascination evident in his tone. She flinched, her thoughts laced with contempt. "How does it feel?" "It feels like utter misery, you despicable man." Rita seethed with anger towards Jean, resenting his perverse enjoyment of her distress. His lecherous gaze, filled with perverse fascination, only served to fuel her indignation. "Your pale body trapped and violated by the bronze and muscled Jaccard is a truly beautiful sight," he uttered, his words dripping with depravity. "It's as if a demon is deflowering an angel," he continued, his heart throbbing with increasing excitement. "Ha, as if," Rita mused internally. "What a perverted bastard." No wonder Verta hated him, she thought, her disdain for Jean growing stronger. "Just great, now on to the next step," he was saying, but Rita cut him off abruptly. She had reached her limit and expressed her firm desire to stop. "I'm trying to take baby steps," she asserted, her voice strained with frustration. But Jean disregarded her feelings, pressing her to continue despite her protests. His mention of Ian's involvement in his disturbing plans struck Rita deeply as she paused. "You haven't slept with that man, have you?" "I thought he would be useful, but it seems I was wrong," Jean insinuated, his words dripping with disdain and disappointment. Rita felt a pang of betrayal, realizing the extent of Jean's manipulation and deceit. As Jean laid bare his sinister intentions, Rita struggled to comprehend the depths of his manipulation and cruelty, recognizing that she could no longer afford to be naive in the face of such deception. "After I specifically told him I wanted to watch your virginity being taken away on our wedding night," he said with a brooding tone. With a steely determination, Rita rose to her feet, resolute in her decision to no longer partake in Jean's twisted schemes. She recognized the paramount importance of safeguarding herself from those who sought to exploit and harm her. This is why it's so difficult when your trust is broken. Now I have to be suspicious about everything again. "I suppose there's no reason to play nice anymore," Jean remarked coldly as he instructed Baron Jaccard to persist. Rita felt a chill run down her spine, a stark reminder of the manipulative men she now faced. Despite the potential consequences, she resolved to stand her ground against their deceit and coercion. Rita resisted, firmly telling Baron Jaccard to stop as she stepped backward. However, her threat to scream did little to deter him as he forcefully pinned her against the wall, his intentions unmistakable. Just as the situation seemed to spiral out of control, Jana's sudden outburst startled everyone present. "Take your filthy hands off her immediately," she commanded, stunning the room as she brandished a mop stick in defense of Rita. She bravely confronted Baron Jackard in defense of Rita, screaming, "How dare you!" Baron Jackard managed to dodge the hit from Jana's mop stick. "How dare you threaten Miss Alberhart in her own home? You call yourselves gentlemen," Jana declared sternly. Rita was stunned by Jana's courage, thinking, "Holy shit. She is so cool." Jean was displeased by the interruption, but he quickly attempted to salvage the situation by feigning regret for his actions. Hastily he retreated with Baron Jackard as he wore an expression of discontent at how the situation had unfolded. Rita, now safe but shaken, sank onto the couch, relief flooding through her. Jana, still emotional from the confrontation, questioned whether her intervention had exacerbated the situation. Meanwhile, Rita, deeply grateful for Jana's bravery, instructed her to fetch Ian, recognizing the need to address the matter further. As Jana went to find Ian, tears welled up in her eyes. She chastised herself for interfering in the affairs of nobles, fearing Rita's potential anger and the possibility of expulsion. When Jana returned with Ian, he acknowledged his presence as Rita called his name, to which he responded promptly. Rita wasted no time in issuing commands, demanding that he triple Jana's pay immediately. Ian complied with a bow, acknowledging Rita's authority. Turning to Jana, Rita declared that she would be her personal maid. Jana, taken aback, stuttered in disbelief, questioning how someone like herself, a lowly commoner, could fulfill such a role. Rita, however, swiftly cut off her objections, insisting that it would be so. Dismissed, Jana left the room with a resigned "Yes, miss," accepting her new position with a mixture of uncertainty and determination. Alone with Ian, Rita confronted him with a fierce glare, accusing him of cozying up to her fiancé and exploiting her vulnerability. Ian, attempting to feign ignorance, met Rita's accusation with a blank expression. Unwilling to tolerate his pretense, Rita forcefully tore open his shirt, causing buttons to fall to the floor. "I'll show you then," she declared, her tone commanding as she stroked his exposed chest. Leaning in closer as she whispered seductively, "What exactly happened between me and those men right here in this room?" Ian flushed under her gaze, unable to conceal his discomfort. Ian was quiet as shivers ran through his body as he gazed into Rita's eyes. She gazed at him intently, then, young Lawrence's son made a proposition, as she pinched his nipple, causing him to moan, suggesting that if I changed my mind, we could all indulge in pleasure together. Rita's firm pinch caused Ian to stutter, a mixture of sensations overwhelming him. She slipped her hand around his neck with a seductive look, her demand delivered with a cold tone and a straight face. "Did he make you such a promise?" Rita's grip tightened his neck momentarily before releasing him, leaving him stunned. Ian denied Rita's accusations, claiming confusion. "That's why you continued to mention my fiancé's name while helping yourself to my body," she said. "Miss, it's not uncommon for such things to happen within noble families. Many couples have affairs. Hence, it can be much easier to overlook the private relationships of one's wife early on. So please," Ian was saying before Rita cut him off sharply. "Shut your mouth," Rita snapped in anger. "Never show yourself in front of me again. Understand?" she seethed, her voice laced with venom. But his response was unwavering. "I cannot do that. You are not my employer, miss." With a swift motion, she delivered a stinging slap, the force of it reverberating through the room, before dismissing him, turning her back to him in a display of disdain. The next day, over tea, Rita noticed the barren finger marks on her arm as she pondered her next move. "Those idiots. How can I teach them a lesson?" she thought, her worry evident. "Do I request the help of Count Alberhart? No, he's the one who arranged the marriage in first place. He wouldn't help," Rita thought to herself, dismissing the idea. She pondered her options for retribution against those who had wronged her. "Miss!" Jana's voice interrupted Rita's thoughts as she rushed over. Rita, distracted, asked what the matter was. "Miss, the fortune teller you mentioned the other day has arrived," Jana informed her. "Is that so?" Rita replied with a mischievous smile. "Go and show the fortune teller to the sitting room." And to Ian, Rita paused, considering her plan. Rita headed towards the room to meet her guest but was blocked by Ian. "What are you doing here, Ian?" Rita asked, halting her steps. "Miss, who is inside?" Ian inquired. "None of your business," Rita replied with a smile. "Miss," Ian cried out, seemingly confused by her tone. "No need to react so seriously to a joke." "I'll tell you later," Rita assured him, standing close to the door. "Miss," Ian began, attempting to touch Rita, but they were interrupted by Jana's arrival. "Sir, the gardener is looking for you urgently," Jana exclaimed, rushing towards them. "Go see to it," Rita instructed Ian with a smile. As Ian and Jana left the hallway, Ian glanced back to see Rita wearing an evil grin. Shocked at first, he couldn't help but feel puzzled by her sudden change in demeanor. Why has she changed so much? Ian wondered to himself. It's odd. Meanwhile, Rita entered the room to greet her guest. "A pleasure to meet you, miss," the fortune teller said with a bow. "A pleasure to meet you, miss?" "How iconic," Rita remarked, mimicking his formal demeanor with a disgusted expression. "You sly bastard," she said as she took her seat. "No one is around, so why not take off that stuffy hood and speak freely?" Rita suggested. The fortune teller revealed himself by uncovering his hood. "How is the body treating you, Rita?" he asked. "She's beautiful, rich, and healthy. What do I have to complain about?" Rita replied with a smile. "The forbidden magic took well, perhaps because she's suicidal," the fortune teller remarked. "This was all possible because of you." "Thank you, Yersha," Rita said, revealing the fortune teller's real name. "It was a fair trade." "I require no thanks," Yersha replied. "Say, if you've come to see me already, does that mean?" Rita asked with a serious look. "Yes, she died yesterday," Yersha confirmed. "Is that so?" Rita's expression shifted to one of happiness upon hearing the news about the passing of her body swap, Count Alberhart. "You haven't forgotten about our deal, hm?" Yersha asked Rita with a straight look. "Of course not. What may I do for you?" Rita asked, smiling. In deep thought, "Nothing yet," Yersha replied. The next day, Rita went to confirm the news she received from Yersha. Inside her carriage, she looked at her face in the mirror. Tears of joy rolled down her cheeks. "Gorgeous as always," Rita said, snapping the mirror shut. Upon reaching her destination, she was welcomed by a man and ushered into the morgue. After her condition began to worsen, she passed away 2 days ago in the early hours, the morgue attendant informed Rita as they approached her real body, covered with a white sheet. God, the stench, Rita thought, covering her nose as she perceived the smell. "So young. What a shame," the morgue attendant declared. "I should have visited more often," she said before faking tears. "Rita," she sobbed. She then uncovered her true body's face. "My precious friend, how tragic," she said, a hint of happiness coloring her tone. "Yes, that's my body," she thought, a sense of surrealism washing over her. Rita vividly recalls the moment that altered the trajectory of her life, transporting her from a life of privilege to one of humble servitude. It all commenced during her youth as she skillfully played the organ in the company of her mother and a guest. Rita discreetly listened in on their conversation while continuing to play with serene composure. "I must inspect the crops, but it's a 2-day journey from my home to the border. I would be deeply indebted to you if you allowed me to stay for 3 weeks," the earnest plea of a man resonated in the room. "I'm not sure. I am husbandless and alone with my daughter in this manner. For a son of the Carter family to stay here by himself seems..." Rita's mother paused, her words trailing off momentarily. Then what if several others were to stay with me? I am good friends with your late husband's brother, Sir Charles Wicker, and his son," he suggested, eliciting a flicker of fear in Rita's mother's eyes. She clasped her dress tightly, grappling with her thoughts. Remember, it's common in high society to stay at another family's residence, she reassured herself before speaking again. I suppose, then I hope you find your stay restful, rundown as the manner may be, Rita's mother replied innocently, extending a warm welcome to her guest. Thank you, madam, the man responded softly, taking her hand as he plants a kiss, ostensibly showing gratitude. Yet, behind his charming facade lurked a sinister intent as her mother blushed at his gesture. Rita's mother, in her naivety, was completely enamored with the man within a mere 2 weeks. One day while in her room, Rita's mother mistook a stranger for him. Proud, come in, she greeted him with genuine joy, unaware of the impending danger. As a stranger came in, shocking her. What a warm welcome, it's an honor, madam, the stranger responded as he approached swiftly, his intentions veiled in deceit. Rita's mother demanded, her voice trembling with fear. Where's Proud? What are you doing here? She stuttered, her apprehension palpable. However, before she could comprehend the danger, the stranger forcefully subdued her, silencing her protests as he was about to commit a heinous act. Madam, the stranger called her, his voice a sinister whisper as he licked her neck, eliciting tears from Rita's mother's eyes. Back in the present, Rita stood in the morgue, observing her real body with a mixture of detachment and sorrow. Looks like she suffered from a relentless cough until her final breath. Come to think of it, it was such a miserable life. Reflecting on her own existence, Rita couldn't help but contemplate the misery that had befallen them since that fateful day 10 years prior as she thought back to her past. Help me, help me. Rita's mother's desperate screams pierced the air, summoning everyone, including Rita, to her room. The sight of the man atop her mother bewildered them all. Mother, Rita cried, tears welling in her eyes as she trembled at the sight. However, her uncle unleashed a barrage of accusations. You cheating woman, you were cheating with the servants behind my brother's back, weren't you? Rita's uncle bellowed furiously, leaving Rita's mother paralyzed with fear, unable to utter a word. Perhaps Rita isn't even Baron Wicker's true daughter, Proud said. As Rita grappled with the shock of the accusations against her mother, she couldn't shake the realization of Proud's deceitful machinations. Within days, they were both cast out from the Wicker family, their noble status stripped away. A decade later, Rita found herself reduced from a noblewoman to a pub waitress, her life marred by suffering and hardship. Stricken with illness, she coughed up blood at the back of the bar where she worked, lamenting her fate. If only I had ended it all like Mother did back then, I wouldn't have had to suffer like this, Rita muttered to herself, gazing at the blood on her palm. Desperately ripped a poster and wiping her mouth with the torn poster, she glanced at the face printed upon it, Yersha, wanted for murder, accused of witchcraft. Not minding the bounty money, Rita recalls having seen Yersha's face before. The man next door, she mumbles, covering her mouth. But why does it say he's a woman? Rita wonders, perplexed by the discrepancy. However, her boss's call interrupts her thoughts, prompting her to return to work. All right, I'm coming, Rita responds before discreetly tucking the wanted poster into her pocket. I'll probably go to the hospital once I'm done with work, she murmurs to herself before rejoining her duties inside the pub. At the hospital, Rita receives her examination results from the doctor, who advises her to prepare herself for the news. Saddened by the revelation, Rita finds herself questioning her fate amidst the crowd, grappling with a sense of sadness and uncertainty. Why me? Rita whispers to herself, seeking solace as she leans against a wall for support, her mind consumed by despair as she knew her days were numbered. Soon after, she's placed in quarantine. Surprisingly, Count Alberhart takes an interest in visiting Rita, prompting Rita's frustration and anger. That girl again, why won't she just leave me alone? Rita mutters to herself as she waits behind a glass wall, observing Verta's cautious approach. As they sit in silence, Rita braces herself for whatever nonsense Verta might utter this time. However, Verta's unexpected words catch her off guard. Rita, I envy you. Very soon you'll be in a deep sleep, free from pain or suffering, Verta expresses, revealing her own inner turmoil. Rita struggles to comprehend Verta's pain, her anger bubbling to the surface. What the hell is this girl saying? Rita thinks, her expression turning perplexed. As Verta displays self-inflicted cuts on her wrist as she asks, "Can you understand why I envy you now?" In a fit of frustration, Rita lashes out in anger, shouting and punching a nearby tree. Rita couldn't fathom Verta's twisted perspective, the notion of telling a terminal patient that she envied their impending death utterly confounding her. "If you want to die so badly, take my place," Rita exclaims, tears streaming down her face. "I don't want to die yet," she cries, overwhelmed by a mix of emotions. Suddenly Rita hears the sound of a carriage approaching and quickly hides behind a tree to avoid being spotted. As the carriage stops, a man emerges, Prince Van Brandt, the Justice of Osland's Supreme Court. Rita blushes upon seeing him, but her heart sank as another familiar face emerges from the carriage. That man, she thought, her expression turning to one of anger, his cunning smile etched in her memory. Proud Carter. How is he here, Rita thought as she observed from a distance as Proud Carter and Prince Van Brandt conversed while strolling side by side. "So this is the welfare center privately run by Prince Van Brandt," Proud Carter remarked with a hint of admiration in his voice. "Noblesse obliges. I am simply doing my duty as a noble," Prince Van Brandt responded humbly. "To take in sick commoners, you are very generous," Proud Carter complimented, a smile gracing his lips. "You flatter me. I hear you've proposed many welfare plans yourself, Marquis Carter," Prince Brandt replied, deflecting the praise smoothly. Rita recalled the political dynamics she had observed. Marquis Carter, I remember he had been battling with his older sister over who would become heir. But I guess Proud won, she thought to herself. "Travel safely now," Prince Van Brandt said as they parted ways. "I have to live," she thought as her fingers unconsciously scratched the tree trunk with frustration. "Even if I have to sell my soul to the devil," she thought as she bit her lip unconsciously. In the present moment, Rita stood still, her gaze fixed on her own lifeless body. "If it wasn't for Yersha, I'd be the one on this table," she reflected bitterly. "Verta, you can stop envying me now. Sleep in peace," she murmured softly, attempting to gently close her corpse's mouth before being interrupted by the man attending to the body. "Hey now, be careful. The host may be dead, but the risk of infection with consumption is still high," he cautioned, prompting Rita to cover her nose in response. "You should have mentioned it earlier," she thought. "Is there no one to bury her?" Rita inquired, her empathy evident as she sought to ensure a respectful farewell for the orphaned deceased. "Yes. She's an orphan with not even one relative," the man informed her. "Then I'd like to at least bury her," Rita asserted, removing a gold ring from her finger and offering it to the man. "Can you cremate her body?" she requested. The man grinned with greed, swiftly taking the ring and slipping it into his pocket. Despite his actions, he expressed admiration for Rita's kindness. "You are so kind-hearted." As expected of a lady, he remarked warmly, his tone tinged with insincerity. "Hans," someone called the morgue attendant, interrupting their chat as the man flinched. "There you are." Prince Van Brandt entered the morgue unexpectedly as she recognized him. "Your Royal Highness. What brings your honorable presence to the morgue?" Hans asked. He glanced at her as she met Prince Van Brandt's gaze, her hand extended to her gown in a graceful gesture of introduction as she bowed. "It is an honor, Your Royal Highness. I am Verta, daughter of Count Alberhart," she added, dipping into a polite curtsy, her demeanor poised and dignified. "She visits quite often," Prince Van Brandt thought, taken aback by Rita's unexpected presence. He gently took her hand and placed a kiss upon it. "Pleased to meet you, Lady Verta," he replied, though his eyes momentarily wandered to her chest area, causing her to smile bashfully. He flinched at her smile before quickly averting his gaze, clearing his throat in discomfort. "Lady Verta, what brings you to visit this sort of place?" Prince Van Brandt inquired, trying to regain his composure. Rita, summoning tears to her eyes, feigned a sob. "Forgive me, Your Highness. You see, a patient I looked after departed from this world yesterday," she explained, dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief. "Oh dear," Prince Van Brandt expressed genuine sympathy. I have yet to gather myself. I'm sorry to ask this, but I'd like to grieve the deceased. So, Rita requested delicately. Would you mind leaving the room? I sincerely hope grieving will relieve some of your sadness, Lady Verta, Prince Van Brandt replied solemnly before bowing and taking his leave, though he couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled by Rita's behavior. Exiting the room, he paused for a moment, contemplating. I thought for sure that she'd want to be comforted, he mused softly to himself as he glanced at her shedding tears before continuing on his way. Come to think of it, her demeanor seems different. Meanwhile, left alone with Hans, Rita smiled mischievously. Well then, Hans, she began, her voice playful. Please continue with your work, Rita felt a surge of joy as she scattered Verta's ashes, finally freeing herself from her worries. She couldn't help but laugh, the weight of her burdens lifted. This feels amazing. All my worries are over, she exclaimed happily, her grin widening at the thought of what lay ahead. Now all that's left is Yersha, Rita thought with determination. Well, I suppose one could say he did save my life. Let's just wait and see. Later, in her room, Rita idly groomed her hair as she observed the maids gossiping. This weather is so amazing. Perfect for a day outside, remarked a maid, attempting to engage Rita in conversation. Miss, is there anywhere you might like to go? Jana asked. When I feel the warm spring wind, I naturally think of my friends, Rita replied casually, her words causing Jana to react with disbelief. Pardon? Friends, she questioned, clearly surprised by Rita's statement. Does that mean you'd like to visit Duke Shade's estate? Jana asked Rita, still perplexed at her mentioning friends. Only Duke Shade's? That would make my other friends feel left out, don't you think? Rita replied, her tone light and playful. Forgive me, miss. Dull-witted as I am, I have yet to fully grasp all of your friendships. If you tell me the names of the other households, I shall contact them immediately, Jana said timidly as Rita glared at her, causing her to flinch. Rita realized that although Verta was a count's daughter, she seemed to have only one friend. It seemed strange to her that in the week she had been in Verta's body, she hadn't received even a single invitation or letter. Forget it, call the Duke's estate and ask if I may visit. Receive an answer by the afternoon, Rita said, pretending to be disgusted by Jana's inquiry. Yes, Miss Verta, Jana replied, rushing to attend to her errand. Rita continued brushing her hair, feeling a bit scornful. Still, there were only 2 dukes in Osland, and her only friend was the daughter of one. Not bad, Rita thought. In a different scene, a lady appeared. Welcome, Ver, it's been far too long, Julia Shade, Duke Shade's eldest daughter, said warmly, welcoming Rita to the Shade's castle. Thank you for inviting me, Julia, Rita said, looking radiant as she smiled at Julia Shade. I was starting to get sad since I haven't heard from you at all lately, Julia told Rita as they got seated. I'm sorry, I had a few things to take care of, Rita replied. That can happen, Julia said, laughing. Rita was taken by Julia's demeanor, amazed at Julia's gentleness. But then why was Verta avoiding Julia? Rita asked herself, still smiling as she listened to Julia. According to Jana, Verta had been lying every time Julia requested to meet. The ladies soon moved outdoors, enjoying the serenity of nature over a cup of tea. How have you been? Julia asks Rita warmly, her tone filled with genuine concern. I have been quite busy. At the welfare center I do charity work for, one of the patients I was close to passed away, Rita reveals, displaying a sad demeanor. Oh no. Julia said, empathizing with her. The welfare center that Prince Brandt runs, right? Julia asks, seeming impressed. Rita confirms with a glance. Nothing strange about her yet, Rita thinks. How unfortunate, Julia said. You like strawberry chocolate cake, right? This is from the best cake shop in the city, Julia says, handing a piece of cake to Rita, to which she thanked her as she accepted the cake. By the way, how are things between you and your fiancé lately? Julia asks Rita as she eats her cake. It's too hard to say, Rita replies with a fake smile. My, seems like you still don't care for Count Lawrence's son, Julia comments, faking a smile. This bitch, would you like that pervert if you were me? Rita thinks angrily, still acting calm. Acting like the victim of an arranged marriage. How typical, Julia says, smiling. I told you last time. Tell Count Alberhart you do not wish to be married. It's your life. Why not take responsibility and just say something? Julia questions Rita's choice. Rita gives a muted response, reflecting on Julia's words. Build your abilities like me. If you make plans and work hard, it's not that difficult. Julia says. Well, studying fencing like me may be difficult for you, but if you study, you could always apply to be a government official, Julia adds proudly. Rita now understands why Verta avoided Julia. Birds of a feather flock together. Aside from Verta, I bet you don't have any other friends either, Rita thought. I'll be enlisting in the Royal Guard soon, so I'll be busy, but if you ever decide to make a stand for yourself, I'll do everything possible to help. I'm your friend Julia says. My, I see the beautiful ladies have come out for a spring picnic, someone interjects as he steps closer, stunning the girls. Blaine Shade, Duke Shade's eldest son, walked in on them. Blaine, Julia said in a displeased tone. It's an honor to meet the future Duke Shade, Rita said, getting up to greet Blaine. Blaine smiled at her as he purposely passed his sister, behaving as though she wasn't present. Lady Verta, you are as beautiful as ever, Blaine said, taking Rita's hand with a smile. Rita noticed Julie full of envy as she socialized with Blaine. It seems like you were on your way out. Allow me to escort you to the front, Lady Verta, Blaine said to Rita, holding her hand affectionately. I'll see you again next time, Julie, Rita said in a playful manner, blushing. She knew she would never see Julia again. As they walked elbow to Rita's carriage, Blaine commended her dress, saying it was different from what she usually wore. I decided to change my style. It's spring after all, Rita told Blaine. Your new style suits you much better. You seem like a magnolia flower in full bloom, Blaine teased her. You flatter me, Rita replied. Rita mentioned to Blaine that his sister Julia mentioned she'd be enlisting in the Royal Guard. I'm sure you are quite worried for your younger sister, Rita said. Blaine confessed he was worried, expressing concern that one day, while guarding the royal family, his immature younger sister might say something wrong, bringing dishonor to the Shade's name. You understand what I mean, right? Blaine asked Rita as she just smiled. Approaching the entrance of her carriage, about to leave, Blaine grabbed Rita's hand, perplexing her. Leaning in close, Blaine whispered, if you have any plans to ease my worries, please feel free to let me know. I will assist to the best of my ability, his tone carrying a seductive undertone. Rita remained silent as she gazed at him, her mind spinning with thoughts about the ongoing rivalry between the siblings over who will be heir. It suddenly made sense why Julia had been so persistent about joining the Royal Guard. It was all part of their power struggle for the heirship. If Julie were to emerge victorious and become the Countess, Rita foresaw nothing but trouble ahead. After much deliberation, Rita resolved that she couldn't sit idly by. For the sake of her own peace and happiness, she must intervene. Miss, is everything all right? Blaine Shade's inquiry broke through Rita's reverie. Rita managed a tight-lipped smile, masking her inner turmoil. Oh, nothing, she murmured, her tone betraying none of the turmoil within. Blaine's surprise at her stoic facade didn't escape Rita's notice. Once she might have played the part of the attention-seeking damsel, but now she wore her mask with practiced ease, he realized. Thank you for the escort. Goodbye now, Rita bid Blaine farewell, her voice a carefully crafted facade of normalcy. Days later, Rita found herself once again in the company of Blaine and the rider, standing before the imposing gates of Alberhart's castle. Disguised in a crimson gown with a hood obscuring her features, she listened as Blaine greeted her with unexpected warmth. We meet again sooner than I expected, Lady Verta, Blaine said, his smile genuine. Yes, Rita replied, her mind already racing ahead to the task at hand. Are all the preparations finished? Of course, Blaine replied, his smile unwavering. Shall we go check on the preparations together? Very well. We have much to do, Rita agreed, pulling her hood closer to conceal her identity. Ian stepped out in silence as they entered the carriage and departed for their destination. As they rode in silence, Blaine stole a glance at her, his thought wandering. She hasn't complained once about the dirty carriage, and she chose not to wear one of those dresses she likes so much just to disguise herself. This entire time I took her for a simple, spoiled brat. Rita sensed Blaine's scrutiny, his observations no doubt fueled by curiosity. With practiced ease she maintained her charismatic demeanor, offering him a smile as he smiled back. Suddenly Blaine's voice broke the silence. By the way, how did you know about the illegal brothel operating within our Duke's domain? Rita's mind raced, carefully considering her response. She needed to tread carefully, ensuring her words revealed nothing of her true intentions. I simply did, Rita responded to Blaine's question with a grin, her expression enigmatic. Blaine, clearly surprised by her response, looked at her in disbelief. And how do you know that the head of the royal guard, Count Todd, was a pedophile? He persisted. Rita's gaze shifted to the window, her voice soft. You know, they say a woman with many secrets is the most beautiful, she remarked cryptically, her words carrying a weight of sadness. In that moment Rita's demeanor faltered, a brief glimpse of pain crossing her features. She knew Blaine was unaware of the trauma she endured during her time in Count Todd's household. The memories weighed heavily on her, hidden beneath her composed exterior. Despite the sadness that lingered in her heart, Rita remained determined to keep her past hidden, understanding that her secrets were her armor. In her past, Countess Todd, a close friend of Rita's mother, recommended Rita for a position as a private tutor for the Count's only son, Lieben. Welcome, I've heard all about your situation from my wife, Count Todd said with a smile that day. So unfortunate, he added, bending to plant a kiss on Rita's cheek in a manner that made her uncomfortable. Hugging Rita, the Count said he entrusted his son Lieben to her. You're welcome to stay in my house as long as you like, Count Todd said excitedly. Thank you, Count Todd, Rita stammered, feeling uncomfortable. However, on one occasion, Count Todd forcefully touched Rita inappropriately. Sir, why are you doing this? Rita pleaded, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and confusion. Please don't do this, she begged as the Count tried to take unfair advantage of her. As Count Todd tried to take advantage of Rita, Lieben suddenly barged into the room, calling out for Miss Rita. Startled, Rita stuttered his name amidst tears, clutching her hands to her chest in fear. Later at dinner, the family ate together in silence as Rita was deep in thought. Suddenly, Count Todd struck Rita's leg from under the table. Feeling scared and intimidated, Rita remained quiet, pretending that nothing was happening to her, though her heart raced with fear and discomfort. Why do you keep touching Rita, father? She doesn't like it, Lieben demanded, breaking the tense silence at the dining table. Chills ran down Rita's spine as she heard his words. Countess Todd slammed her hand on the dining table as she glared at her husband. Lieben, go to your room, she ordered sternly as she returned her gaze to her husband. Dear, shall we talk outside? Countess Todd suggested to her husband, and they both stepped out of the dining room, leaving Rita alone with her thoughts to wrestle with the unsettling events of the evening. Time seemed to drag on as Rita sat in silence, her mind consumed by a whirlwind of emotions and uncertainties. Eventually the Countess returned, her expression somber as she approached Rita to address the distressing situation. I must apologize. I never imagined he would do this to the daughter of my close friend, she said with genuine remorse. You're a lady of a respectable household, and yet he acted like a common thug, the Countess added, hiding a tear in her eyes. I'll provide you with ample compensation. Think of it as my way of apologizing. Unfortunately, I must ask you to leave, Countess Todd informed Rita. Unable to hold back her tears any longer, Rita cried silently as the Countess left the room, promising to find another place for her to stay. Rita clenched her dress tightly, feeling a mix of sadness and relief wash over her as tears dropped from her eyes, signaling the end of the haunting flashback. as she sat quietly in the carriage as she pondered her situation. If I had gone to the place the Countess arranged for me, would things be different? That man still would have found me, right? She wondered, her mind troubled by unanswered questions. Despite the turmoil in her thoughts, Rita found solace in her decision to work at the tavern was a better choice. No need to think back on such despicable memories, she thought. It offered her a sense of freedom and independence, a refuge from the painful memories of her past. Lost in her thoughts, Rita was abruptly brought back to the present by Blaine Shade's voice cutting through her reverie. "Lady Verta, we've arrived," he informed her, his words gently pulling her back to reality. "This is the Peach of May," Blaine added, a hint of anticipation in his tone as they prepared to embark on their next endeavor. Arriving at their destination, the carriage comes to a halt. "Is this the place?" Blaine asks Rita, who is well disguised in her robe. "Yes," Rita replies affirmatively, her gaze fixed on the nondescript building before them. Somewhere in the city, in an undisclosed location, a man is held hostage by Blaine Shade's men, the tension palpable as they await further instructions. With his eyes blindfolded, the man begs, trembling, asking why they are doing this to him. But no one utters a word as the door suddenly opens. "You're here," one of Blaine Shade's men says, upon entering the room with Rita. Everyone bows respectfully as they acknowledge his presence. My, Blaine says dejectedly, his disappointment evident in his tone as he takes in the situation before him. "This place is merely an ordinary fruit shop," the bound man cries out desperately, his voice echoing in the dimly lit room. "This is all just a misunderstanding," he begs, pleading for mercy. Ignoring his pleas, one of Blaine's men kicks him harshly on the head, causing him to crumple to the ground in pain, his words drowned out by the violence of the act. "Don't be so afraid. I merely wanted to make a proposal," Blaine Shade begins, his voice smooth but carrying a subtle menace. Rita, not uttering a word, observes just how ruthless Blaine Shade is at that very moment. "He's got the talent for this," she thought to herself. Blaine nods at one of his men, signaling him with a silent gesture. Instantly the man raises the captured individual by the hair, eliciting a pained scream from him. "Amongst your patrons at your filthy fruit stand, there is one particularly enthusiastic regular. His name is Count Todd," Blaine Shade says to the man, making him twitch at the name. "I take it you know each other very well?" Blaine asks with a straight face, but the man remains silent, his fear palpable in the tense air of the room. "Oh my, this is our first time meeting, and I fear I've given you a bad impression." "How rude of me," he said sarcastically, his tone laced with mockery. "Let's have a nice chat, you and me." "Just the two of us," Blaine Shade said in a seemingly friendly manner, his gaze flickering briefly to Rita, who remains silent, her expression unreadable as she observes the unfolding scene. Rita nods her head with an evil glint in her eyes, her silent approval evident as the man cries out in pain under Blaine's interrogation. Leaving the room, Rita pauses, her mind drifting back to her past life. She reflects on the choices that led her to this moment, the darkness within her stirring with a sense of purpose. How many children have suffered inside this extravagant place, she ponders upon as she leaves the illegal brothel. Count Todd must have a taste of his own bitter medicine, Rita says softly, her voice tinged with quiet determination and a mysterious grin playing on her lips. A few days later, Count Todd arrives at the brothel. He coughs lightly as he signals the attendant, who approaches. "Count Todd, welcome," the attendant says, greeting with a bow. "Which peach shall I arrange for you today?" he inquires. Do you have any new peaches?" Count Todd says with indifference as they speak in their own secret language. "Of course, follow me this way," the brothel attendant says, smiling, leading Count Todd to his private room. Count Todd opens the door to see a young girl seated on the bed in a nightgown, her demeanor timid yet expectant. "Am I your first customer?" Count Todd asks her in a casual tone. The girl nods, her cheeks tinted with a blush, confirming his query with a shy gesture. Count Todd is taken aback as he notices a striking resemblance between the girl before him and Rita, a resemblance that puzzles him deeply. Rita, now that was an appetizing girl, the Count thought. If only my idiot son had kept his mouth shut, he mutters to himself as he sat on the bed. You're cute. How old are you? Count Todd questions the girl. 17, the girl responded shyly as he tried to touch her face. You're older than I thought, Count Todd remarks disdainfully, his tone dripping with scorn as he looks upon Rita. Unbeknownst to him, the girl had lied about her age, for she was actually 25 years old. Nevertheless, she confidently holds a wine bottle, her demeanor poised as she proceeds to pour a glass of wine for Count Todd with practiced ease. I've even lied about my age for money, she thought to herself. Taking the glass of wine from her, Count Todd questions her name as he drank the wine. Rita, the girl stuttered. Count Todd pauses momentarily, his gaze lingering on her as he heard her name, before resuming his drink with an air of nonchalance. What a pretty name. Well then, shall we begin? Count Todd said to Rita after dropping his empty glass. Count Todd begins unbuttoning his shirt but finds his buttons stuck. Why isn't it unbuttoning, he questions himself as he struggles with the buttons. Rita, with a sharp look, knows this is her chance, so she must act quickly. In an instant, she jumps on Count Todd, pinning him down on the bed. Count Todd is taken aback by Rita's sudden assertiveness, his surprise evident in his widened eyes and furrowed brow. Before he can react, Rita grabs his belt firmly. What Count Todd didn't know was that Rita wasn't the girl's real name. This girl had been employed by Rita and paid handsomely for services. If you cut off his pecker, you'll get double the payment, Rita tells the girl, offering her a deal. Upon hearing about the reward, the girl grins widen with greed. With that kind of money, she knows she can finally stop living as an escort and start a normal life. Empowered by the opportunity to secure her future, the girl brings out a knife and swiftly carries out the deed, her actions decisive and without hesitation. Count Todd's agonized scream echoes, piercing the air and resonating for miles around, marking the grim culmination of his misdeeds.
Count Todd woke up the next morning, groaning as a pounding headache assaulted his senses. Confusion enveloped him as he struggled to recall the events of the previous night. Where am I? He muttered, his hand instinctively moving to his throbbing head. The last thing I remember is going to the Peach of May, he said softly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His memories flashed back to the unsettling encounter with his supposed escort, which ended in injury. Fear gripped him as he remembered the events from the previous day. Hey! Is anyone out there? He called out, his voice echoing with desperation. Come quickly, he pleaded, unable to mask the sharp pain he felt. Oh my, you've finally come to, Count Todd, Blaine Shade remarked as he entered the room, his tone calm as he leaned casually against the door. Duke Shade's son? Then does that mean this is the estate of Count Shade? Todd asked, confused, as he winced in discomfort, his hand instinctively moving to the source of his pain, unable to suppress a groan as he gripped the injured area. It would be wise for you to refrain from moving too much, Blaine Shade advised as he fetched a chair and settled next to Count Todd's bed. Count Todd grimaced in pain, his mind still foggy from the events of the previous night. What in the world happened? He questioned, his voice strained. Blaine studied him carefully before posing his next question. Do you happen to know about the Peach of May? He inquired, his tone measured. Count Todd feigned ignorance, his response calculated. Pardon, he replied, pretending not to have heard Blaine's question clearly. Blaine raised an eyebrow at Count Todd's response, noting the evasion. Are you also a patron, Sir Blaine? Count Todd asked in return, feigning innocence. Blaine Shade frowned at Count Todd's question, his expression stern, causing Todd to flinch involuntarily. That place was an illegal brothel disguised as a store, exploiting young girls, Blaine informed him, feigning ignorance of Count Todd's involvement. Count Todd's innocent facade remained intact as he responded, Is that so? His tone was carefully neutral, betraying no hint of guilt. I received an anonymous tip and found it all to be true when I went to confirm it yesterday. The nerve to do such a thing within the Shade domain, Blaine remarked, his expression turning fierce. His words carried a weight that silenced Count Todd, sending chills down his spine. While investigating each room, I found you injured and unconscious, Blaine Shade informed Count Todd. Unfortunately, I was unable to capture your attacker, he said, maintaining a serious expression. I see, Count Todd said, trembling as Blaine looked at him. Your wounds were incredibly severe, so I applied first aid immediately, Blaine said, his tone grave. However, I'm afraid you'll find it hard to have any more children, he dropped the bombshell, causing Count Todd's eyes to widen in shock. Stunned by the news, Count Todd's eyes filled with misery as he struggled to comprehend the implications. Sir Blaine, what do you mean? He asked, horrified by the revelation. Unbeknownst to Count Todd, Rita had been eavesdropping on their conversation. Quit crying. It's not as if anybody died, she thought coldly. Count Todd, gathering himself despite the pain, inquired of Blaine Shade, May I ask what you told my household? Blaine Shade responded calmly, informing him, I only told them you were gravely injured while assisting me with the raid on the brothel. Is that so? Thank you, Count Todd expressed with gratitude evident in his eyes. However, I can only lie for so long, Blaine Shade informed the Count with an evil glint in his eyes. As you may know, the Shade family values honesty, he added with a smile. Rita couldn't help but be surprised by Blaine's words. Wow, he's something else. Family values, my God, she thought to herself, questioning his authenticity as the son of a duke. I beg you not to. Please overlook this, Count Todd pleaded earnestly, his desperation evident in his voice. Then my younger sister, Julia. She intends to join the Royal Guard, Blaine Shade spoke before being interrupted by Count Todd, who grabbed his hand. I will ensure your sister is admitted. As for promotions, no, I'll make sure she becomes the head of the guard, Count Todd said delightedly, squeezing Blaine Shade's hand in excitement, eager to show his gratitude for Blaine's silence. No, Blaine Shade said firmly, retracting his hand from Count Todd's grasp. Reject her application, he instructed Todd, his tone leaving no room for argument. Make it so she can never even smell a whiff of the Royal Guard. Do you understand? Blaine Shade instructed Count Todd, his gaze icy. Pardon? Count Todd was taken aback by Blaine Shade's unexpected request. I cannot allow such a small and delicate child to enter the Royal Guard. If she were to ever get hurt. Blaine began feigning sadness. The notion of his sister, Julia Shade, being described as small and delicate seemed ludicrous to Count Todd. He knew her well enough to understand her strength and determination. If anything were to happen to my sister, Blaine said with a sad expression, his concern evident. I understand. In return, please keep this a secret, Count Todd pleaded, begging Blaine for his silence. I promise you, on Duke Shade's honor. Now please rest until someone from your household comes for you, Blaine instructed Count Todd, his tone firm yet sympathetic. Blaine bowed respectfully before leaving the room. Once outside, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. To think that she'd requested for him to be neutered, he thought. That's rather cute of her, he remarked, amused by the thought as he continued down the hallway. He knocked on a door. Rita heard a knock on the door as she was turning, the door opened. She found Blaine Shade standing there. Lady Verta, he greeted her with a bow which she reciprocated. You were a great help. I must give you my thanks, Blaine Shade expressed his gratitude to Rita. I'm happy to hear I was of help, Rita replied politely. He stared at her as he called her name inwardly. She was confused as she blushed at the feeling of being scrutinized by Blaine's unusual gaze. Blaine stared at Rita with a smirk on his face, his thoughts wandering. It seems like a shame to give her up to another man, he thought, his expression betraying a hint of possessiveness. Please let me know if you ever require my assistance, I'd love to express my gratitude, Blaine said, casting a subtle shade towards Rita. Rita paused momentarily, her expression shifting before she managed a small smile. That gratitude, could you show it to me now? She asked, stepping closer to Blaine with a gentle smile. Blaine was confused at first, but seeing her gentle smile broke his resolve. How may I help you, Lady Verta? Blaine inquired, swiftly taking hold of Rita's waist and pulling her closer. As he released her, Rita removed her gloves, revealing the bruises she had sustained from her encounter with her fiancé and Baron Jackard. "What is this?" Blaine inquired, surprised as he held Rita's hand, noticing the bruises. "Ah," Rita exclaimed softly, wincing a bit as she remembered her encounter with Jean and Baron Jackard. She harbored a grudge against them, intending to settle the score. "I had a little accident when my fiancé visited the other day," she explained, holding her hands together. My. He must be quite the red-blooded man. May I ask what it is you need my assistance with?" Blaine asked, smiling. Rita's expression turned serious. "By chance, do you know of Baron Jackard?" she inquired. Blaine wore a perplexed expression upon hearing Rita's question about Baron Jackard, her fiancé's crony. How obvious, he thought. "I know that his family has no prestige or wealth despite his title." "He is also your fiancé's bodyguard," Blaine informed Rita as he made his way to sit down. Rita thought to herself that this information wasn't news to her. At least that's how he appears on the surface. "He is also the owner of an underground shop named the Secret Boutique of Dreams," Blaine added with a smile as he sat down. "There you can find many fascinating curios. But only if you know how to find it," he continued. Rita remained silent, absorbing the new information as he smiled. "Lady Verta, you're no different from other women after all," Blaine thought as he observed Rita's facial expression. His mind drifted to a recent ball he attended. "Duke Shade's son is so handsome this evening," a lady whispered to her neighbor as they watched Blaine converse with a man. "How can a man be so good-looking?" another lady said, blushing as they admired Blaine. "Enjoying your evening, ladies?" Blaine asked the two ladies, revealing a smile. "Sir Shade, it's been so long," one lady said. "We were just talking about how handsome Sir Hudson is," the second lady stuttered as both ladies glanced at each other, blushing. "So handsome, that Sir Hudson," they added with a stare as the flashback ended. "Unfortunately, there have been many others before you." Talking about another man to stir my envy, Blaine thought with a smirk as he watched Rita. "Then, what do you know about my fiancé, Count Jean Lawrence?" Rita asked with a seductive look. Blaine was surprised by her words. It wasn't a strategy. She actually wanted to know more about her fiancé, he questioned himself, faking a smile. "I would appreciate your honest opinion," Rita smiled as Blaine went mute for a moment. My. How disappointing. "A beautiful lady insists on talking about men who aren't myself," he said. Rita responded flirtatiously, "Oh my, what can I do to improve your mood?" Blaine put his hand over his mouth, wearing a seductive grin. "Well, your fiancé is a lucky man. If you wish to soothe my jealousy," he said as he tapped his finger on his lip, wearing a seductive look, thinking, how will she react? Rita was shocked at first but smiled slightly before slowly walking towards Blaine, the sound of her shoe echoing in the room. Blaine wondered, what is she doing? As she got next to him, Rita leaned forward, leaving him confused. Breathing softly against Blaine's neck, Blaine blushed instantly, not uttering a word. "He's nervous already?" Rita thought. Rita pulled Blaine's head next to her neck, sending slight shivers down his spine as she held his face. Blaine opened his mouth in anticipation of a kiss, but Rita did something bewildering. Instead, she turned towards his ears, licking it in a slow, seductive manner. "That's mine," Blaine couldn't help but utter words in silent moans as he twitched. Blaine, enveloped in a wave of pleasure, begged for more in his mind, completely immersed in the moment. Suddenly Rita stopped abruptly as she grinned. She leaned forward to his ear and whispered, "Get a grip." Blaine gasped as he snapped back to reality. Rita leaned back up, adjusting her hair playfully as she smiled. "Consider that an early payment. I trust you'll provide me with more information at a later time," she said with a stern gaze, stunning Blaine, who was left unsatisfied. "No need to escort me out," Rita added as she slipped her gloves back on. Blaine Shade was left dazed by the encounter. "Goodbye for now," Rita said, bidding him farewell as she gracefully left the room. Blaine Shade peered through the windows of the room, reflecting on his recent encounter with Rita. Her ability to unsettle him and her straightforward advice lingered in his thoughts. He realized he had been careless, caught off guard by Rita's demeanor. He couldn't quite pinpoint it, but he now viewed Rita as a potential threat. For now I should maintain my distance, he murmured to himself. Meanwhile, back at the Alberhart manor, Rita hurried into her parlor and sank into a chair, feeling utterly drained. "I'll rest for a moment and wash up later," Rita murmured before drifting off to sleep. In her slumber, she found herself enveloped in the soothing scent of herb oil, accompanied by a gentle touch that eased her tension. As she moaned softly in relief, "Jana," she called out softly. "Are you awake, miss?" Ian's voice gently interrupted her thoughts. "You looked weary, so I thought a massage might be relaxing," he explained, his gaze fixed on Rita's face. "Ah," Rita moaned softly, allowing herself to relax further as Ian continued with his massage. "Why does he have to be so good at giving massages? It pisses me off," Rita fumed inwardly, though she couldn't bring herself to ask him to stop. Despite her frustration, she acknowledged the relief his skilled hands provided. "I've noticed you've been spending time with the Shade family's son," Ian remarked, pausing his massage and placing his hands on Rita's shoulder. "But miss, I worry that being seen so friendly with another man won't bode well for an engaged woman like yourself." As Ian's hands began to slide inappropriately, he suggested, "Allow me to help you relax some more, miss." In an instant, Rita slapped Ian's hands away and rose from her seat, her expression firm with resolve. "I distinctly remember telling you never to show yourself in front of me again," Rita seethed at Ian, her anger palpable. "Miss, I am only concerned for your well-being," Ian attempted to explain before Rita's sudden slap sent his glass crashing to the floor. "If you dare show yourself again, you'll receive more than this." Rita's tone grew even harsher as she spoke. Ian, visibly flustered and embarrassed, bent to retrieve his glass. "My lady's fiancé is the son of the Lawrence family. I only hope you'll consider the reputation of the Alberhart name," he said, his cheeks flushed. "What?" Rita exclaimed, stunned by his revelation. "I shall take my leave now." "Rest well, my lady," Ian said with a bow before hastily exiting Rita's presence. "How dare he?" Rita screamed in frustration, unable to contain her emotions. "So you've got someone to back you up, right? Good. But how long can that support really last?" Rita thought, a strange expression crossing her face as she wore an unsettling grin. Later in the day, Rita stood before a mirror as Jana held her robe, observing herself. "The moment I undress, the scent will be so overpowering that anyone around me will become disoriented," Rita calculated silently. Jana assisted Rita in getting dressed for their mission that night. "Miss, here," Jana said, offering Rita something. "Perfect," Rita thought to herself, accepting it. "Let's go, Jana," Rita ordered. "Yes, miss," Jana replied obediently as they both ventured out into the cover of darkness. Rita and her handmaiden Jana walked through the streets in silence until they reached a building adorned with a sign that read, "Where all your dreams come true." Rita scoffed internally at the tackiness of it all, though she maintained a fake smile. "Did you memorize everything from the note I gave you?" Rita inquired of Jana. "Of course, miss." Jana replied promptly. "And you remember what you must do after?" Rita pressed further. "Yes, you can trust in me," Jana responded with unwavering obedience. "I chose well," Rita mused to herself, her smile reflecting her satisfaction as they entered the shop. They were greeted by an attendant. "Welcome, how can I help you?" the sales attendant inquired. Rita paused, scanning the shop for a moment before asking, "Is this everything in your shop?" "Yes, my lady," the man replied. As Rita raised her hands, revealing bandages on her hand, the sales attendant was perplexed. "Those bandages? It couldn't be," he thought to himself. Rita began in a shy manner, causing the sales attendant to blush instantly. "Humph. This shop doesn't have a single thing my lady requires," Jana remarked in a displeased tone while Rita stood behind her quietly. "I apologize," the man stuttered nervously. "May I ask what you might be looking for?" he asked politely. Rita wore a sly smirk as she stepped forward, suddenly her voice laced with faux desperation, something to help a lady sleep and have the deepest dreams. Chills ran down the spine of the sales attendant, rendering him speechless. Rita approached him calmly. "I'm looking for Sleeping Beauty," she stated. Blaine Shade, who had briefed Rita earlier about the shop, whispered to her, "On the surface, it appears to be an ordinary shop, but its real business is in illegal potions." "Illegal potions?" Rita exclaimed, taken aback by the revelation. "Potent hallucinogens, tranquilizers strong enough for a horse, stimulants that provide energy all night long. I've even heard rumors of a poison that induces a death-like sleep until the user actually succumbs to a cold corpse," Blaine explained. "It's ironic that this suicide poison is named Sleeping Beauty, of all things," Rita mused, a slight smirk playing on her lips. The man remained silent. "Please," Rita pleaded, reaching out to grasp his hand, which seemed to stun him momentarily. "All right, just a moment," the sales attendant finally replied. Meanwhile, in the bustling open market, Lucia turned to Jana. "Do you have it?" "Yes, miss," Jana confirmed with a smile. "And if it seems too dangerous, I'll blow the whistle and immediately summon our guards." They exchanged nods, their plan already set in motion. Rita, disguised, walked briskly through the bustling streets of the city, her heart pounding with anticipation. Did he fall for it? She asked herself, her senses alert. Suddenly she heard hurried footsteps, a voice pierced through the crowd, calling out urgently, "Stop! Miss Alberhart!" He fell for it, she thought, a small smile playing on her lips. The man pushed through the throng of people, determination etched on his face. He reached Rita and grabbed her shoulder, spinning her around to face him. In that moment of revelation, Rita's eyes widened. Holding Rita firmly by the waist, he halted her movement. "Ah, what are you doing?" Rita cried out, her voice tinged with alarm. The Baron's senses were momentarily overwhelmed by the intoxicating fragrance of Rita's perfume. "Miss Alberhart," Jacquard said as Rita gasped, his tone firm as he guided Rita into a secluded corner of the street. "I was told you purchased a potion. Are you planning on attempting suicide again?" he questioned, his gaze penetrating as he locked eyes with Rita. "It is none of your concern," Rita replied, her voice steady, showing no sign of fear. "Give it here while I'm asking nicely," Jacquard demanded, extending his hand towards Rita. With a cold, determined look, Rita shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. Pressing his hand against the wall, Jacquard effectively blocked any escape route for Rita. "Then I have no choice but to take the potion by force," he declared, his tone resolute. He then slid his leg between Rita's, effectively pinning her in place, preventing any attempt to flee. "You brought this upon yourself. Do not resent me too much," Jacquard told Rita with a serious expression in his eyes. He reached out and grabbed Rita's cape, ripping it open in the process. With a tight embrace, Jacquard attempted to immobilize Rita, preventing her from escaping. His grip tightened as he slid his hand from her waist to hold her in place. "Stop!" Rita exclaimed, shoving him away forcefully. She turned away from him, attempting to put distance between them. Refusing to give up his pursuit, Baron Jacquard pressed his body against Rita's, attempting to restrain her further. He held Rita hostage against the wall, his hand continuing to press against her with unwelcome force. "Ah!" Rita moaned softly, trembling slightly from Jacquard's unwanted advances. With a sideways glance, she searched for Jana across the street to ensure she was there in case the plan goes awry. However, Jana, hidden in the darkness of the corner, was oblivious to Rita's plight. Surrounded by a crowd, Rita struggled to remain composed. "I should be okay. Just a little longer," she thought to herself, determined to endure the discomfort until she could confirm something important. Realizing that the potion wasn't hidden in her bosom, Jacquard quickly withdrew his hand, shifting his focus to a pouch tied at Rita's waist. With a swift yank, he snatched it away, eliciting a cry of protest from Rita. "No!" Rita screamed, her voice filled with desperation. In a swift motion, the Baron seized Rita's hands and pinned her against the wall. "Why are you doing this to me?" Rita pleaded through tears. Jean, he's a devil, you know it too, she stuttered. Jackard flinched at her words but remained silent, his resolve unshaken. This is my only way to escape him, Rita insisted. Finally releasing her, Jackard spoke softly, still you cannot die. Not as long as I am around. With those words he turned and walked away, leaving Rita alone with her turmoil. Jackard, you love Verta, don't you? Rita said with a gentle smile. Miss, are you all right? Jana cried out, rushing to meet Rita. Explaining her difficulty in seeing, Jana apologized for not being able to call the guards sooner. I'm sorry, miss, she said, tears welling up as she noticed Rita's ruined cape. Don't cry, it's all right, Rita reassured her, offering a comforting smile. I'm quite tired. Let's return to the manor. I'd like some of that tea you make for me. Could you prepare some? Jana dried her eyes, nodding. Yes, miss. I'll prepare the best tea for you, she exclaimed as they began their journey back to Alberhart Castle. Back at the castle, Rita and her trusted handmaiden Jana were in her room together. No word from Julia yet? Rita inquired from Jana as she sprayed perfume on her hand. No, miss. I apologize. We've sent several calling cards, Jana informed Rita. Rita couldn't help but smile, thinking, seems Julia's too embarrassed to show her face after getting rejected from the royal guard. Well, keep sending them until she accepts, Rita instructed Jana, who nodded, clenching her fists determinedly. Rita then picked up a pouch with a letter from a table and made her way towards Yersha. Yersha, seated quietly, glanced at Rita as she approached. Sorry to keep you waiting, Yersha, Rita apologized as she took a seat facing him. Yersha noted the familiar scent emanating from Rita. This perfume, it's from Tatum's, Yersha thought to himself silently. You see, I need your help, Rita said, smiling. Yersha, maintaining a cold demeanor, asked, how may I assist you? Rita then explained, Verta's parents have sent a letter from abroad. It seems they're in Tatum for an important transaction. Tatum is your homeland, right? Rita inquired, but Yersha remained silent. The room fell quiet for a moment, tension hanging in the air. Rita's demeanor shifted as she recalled her first encounter with Yersha. The memory of that fateful day when she saw proud Carter made her angry. Retrieving the blood-stained bounty paper hidden away, Rita scrutinized Yersha's face once more. This sorcerer, if he has the power to assassinate a sultan's mistress, he'll surely be able to help me, Rita murmured to herself. Determined, Rita made her way to Yersha's room and pounded on the door with urgency. What's all this ruckus about? Are you insane? A neighbor's voice pierced through Rita's banging, expressing discomfort with the noise disturbing the peace. Rita's response was sharp, filled with frustration and anger. So what if I am? Get lost, she cursed back at the angry neighbor, blood boiling with a mix of fury and madness evident in her eyes. Startled, Yersha's neighbor hastily closed his door, preferring to avoid any confrontation. Finally, Yersha cautiously cracked open his door to catch a glimpse of Rita. Upon seeing the unexpected visitor, Yersha's mind raced with thoughts. A girl? Is she a bounty hunter? He wondered. In her desperation, Rita forcefully pushed the door open, revealing her purpose. This is you, right? She asked, showing Yersha the bounty paper clutched tightly in her hand. I need your help, Rita stated, her voice filled with urgency. Yersha, without saying a word, sighed before asking Rita to come in. Once they were seated facing each other, Yersha broke the silence. My name is Yersha, he began, his tone calm yet probing. Meaning second flame born from the desert's most brilliant sands. And you? I'm Rita, she stuttered, her expression tense. They say you're a powerful sorcerer, Rita continued, wiping a blood stain from her mouth caused by a cough. Yersha's response was measured. If I am able to grant your wish, you will think I am, and if I cannot, I suppose you would think I'm a charlatan, he stated calmly. Rita clenched her dress. I am dying, Rita confessed, her grip on her dress tightening as her expression shifted to one of sadness. Can you save me? She asked Yersha desperately. Yersha's response was blunt. "Do I look like a doctor to you?" he retorted, rising from his seat, indicating his intention for her to leave the room. Rita's desperation escalated and she hastily grabbed Yersha's arm. "Then what about murder? How many people can you kill?" she questioned, her face contorted with fierce determination. Yersha's demeanor turned cold as he observed Rita's desperation, her features betraying no emotion. "The law of the world is balanced. If you wish to take one life, you must exchange it with another," he reiterated to her. "Then I'll give you my life, then you can take another's," she asked desperately. "How old is the person and how much time do you estimate they have left?" Yersha inquired. Rita hesitated before responding. "The victim is about 40 years old, with probably 20 years more to live." Yersha sighed deeply. "You do not have enough time left. An unfair exchange will neutralize any spell," he informed Rita. Rita fell silent, deflated by the realization. Then, in a last-ditch effort, she asked, "Then, what about a suicidal girl?" A mischievous grin spread across Yersha's face. "An idea has just occurred to me," Yersha said with a glint in his eye, "and I think you'll like it very much." Back in the present moment, Rita felt grateful for having found Yersha when she needed him the most. Verta's parents are staying at the palace. "They've even dined with the Sultan and his wife," Rita informed Yersha. "Would you like to read it?" she asked, sliding the letter across the table to him. Yersha remained composed. "You did not summon me to discuss your parents' business in Tatum," he reminded Rita calmly. "Why am I here?" Yersha questioned as she tucked the letter into his cape. "I require a potion," Rita responded without hesitation. "Not just an ordinary potion, but one that is difficult to detect, something only you can make." Yersha raised an eyebrow. "And the components?" he inquired. Rita leaned in, her voice low. "Make it a stimulant, not for sex. Something that will cause one to become as violent as a gladiator." A sly grin spread across Rita's face. "My dear parents are far, far away. It's the perfect chance to get rid of my fiancé," she explained. Yersha observed Rita's expression, noting the mischief in her eyes. "Looks like she's about to ruin another one's life with that innocent face of hers," Yersha thought as he sighed. "Send someone in 10 days," he said as he rose from his seat. "I'll have it ready by then," Yersha instructed Rita with a nod of assurance. "Thank you again, Yersha," Rita said with genuine gratitude, offering him a pouch. "Here. A gift," she added. Yersha accepted the pouch and opened it, his eyes lighting up with delight. "This is dried dates and cloves, argan oil and saffron," he observed, appreciating the thoughtful gesture. Rita explained that she wanted to offer something better but could only find these items in time. Yersha inhaled the scent of the herbs with pleasure, a slight blush creeping on his cheeks. "You are my savior after all," Rita declared confidently. "I promise, one day I will help you return home." The next morning Rita woke up feeling content. "It's the perfect weather for screwing someone over," she mused to herself. "Did you sleep well?" Jana asked, holding a bowl of water. "I want to go out today, Jana," Rita said. "Do you intend to visit the Shade Estate, miss?" Jana inquired. "But we're still awaiting a response from Miss Julia." Rita paused, with a displeased expression. "Does this girl think Julia is my only friend?" she pondered. "No, today I'm going to the royal palace," Rita announced decisively. Rita and her trusted handmaiden Jana soon arrived at the royal palace, where they were greeted by a guard who also acted as their tour guide. "I expected the royal palace to be glamorous beyond belief, but it's more practical than I expected," Rita pondered as she glanced at the elegant yet functional buildings around her. "That is the executive administration building over there," the guard explained, pointing towards a building within the palace grounds. Suddenly, the sound of someone walking loudly caught Jana's attention. Jana was the first to recognize the familiar face. That's..." Jana began, surprised. "What is it?" Rita asked as she followed Jana's gaze. Rita observed Julia walking in an angry, commanding manner. It's infuriating enough to be rejected from the royal guard. But how long is Count Todd on sick leave? Julia thought to herself, her frustration evident. He should at least tell me the reason straight to my face. And after I made a big show of getting into the royal guard to that pretty little airhead Verta too, Julia thought angrily, her frustration evident as she stamped her feet on the ground. Julia, what are the chances we'd run into each other here? The goddess must be smiling upon us today. Rita's voice interrupted her thoughts, accompanied by a disarming smile that stunned Julia momentarily. Right, truly a stroke of luck, Julia replied, trying to regain her composure. Rita's smile widened. Oh, you must have come from the Royal Guards building. Did you come to see your soon-to-be future workplace? How wonderful, she said, her tone polite but with a hint of mockery. Rita clapped her hands loudly, drawing the attention of others nearby. Verta, please be quiet. It's rude to be so loud, Julia stuttered, feeling a bit ashamed by the sudden attention as she glanced around. Anyway, what brings you to the palace, Ver? Julia asked Rita, attempting to steer the conversation away from her embarrassment. I came to see my fiancé, Rita revealed with a genuine smile. Our marriage may be arranged, but I've developed a fondness for him, she added. I see. Well, I hope you have a nice time. I'm quite busy so. Julia said, subtly attempting to excuse herself and continue with her walk. However, Rita quickly grabbed Julia Shade's arm, preventing her from leaving. Where do you think you're going? Rita thought, her grip firm on Julia's arm. Wow, Julia, you're so amazing. Unlike me, you've achieved everything through hard work and passion. A real officer of the Royal Guard, Rita said, her expression genuine as she looked at Julia with admiration. Quit your chattering, girl. Julia thought anxiously, feeling a wave of fear wash over her. She was scared of being caught impersonating a government official, knowing it could lead to punishment and humiliation. Let go, Julia whispered urgently to Rita as she noticed a guard standing not far from them. Excuse me, Rita said, drawing the attention of the guard. Do you work for the Royal Guard? The guard turned towards them. Pardon? Ah yes, that is correct, my lady, he replied politely. Then I suppose you'll be working together with my friend soon. You see, Julia here will soon be an officer of the Royal Guard. Please treat her kindly, Rita said, her tone cheerful but tinged with awareness of Julia's discomfort. Julia, feeling embarrassed by Rita's assumption, wished she could disappear. The Royal Guard, dumbfounded by Rita's words, blinked in confusion. Verta, enough, Julia finally managed to say, her voice strained with embarrassment. I was rejected from the guard. Pardon? Rejected? Rita asked, looking surprised. I apologize. I didn't know. That isn't the reason you keep rejecting my calling cards, is it? She asked, her expression puzzled. No, I've just been busy. You should hurry and go see your fiancé, Julia said as she began to take her leave, eager to escape the awkward situation. Yes, goodbye for now then. Let's have tea time soon, Rita replied, bidding Julia farewell with a smile. As Julia walked away, Rita couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Ah, that felt great. Next up, my pervert fiancé. Just you wait, I brought you a present, Rita muttered to herself as she entered the administrative building in the royal palace. Is this the executive administration building? Rita asked a guard politely. Yes, miss. May I ask what business you have here? The guard inquired. I'm looking for Sir Jean Lawrence, Rita replied. Ah, Sir Jean Lawrence. He works on the 4th floor, the guard informed. I can show you the way, the guard offered kindly, but Rita declined with a polite smile. No, I wouldn't want to impede. I can find it myself, she assured him before walking away, determined to navigate the palace on her own. What in the world is going on? Jean thought to himself. Including that time at the estate, she's been unusually forward lately, he observed, feeling a mix of curiosity and uncertainty. How nice it would have been if she'd acted like this since the beginning. Stupid girl kept changing her mind, not knowing what's good for her, he mused silently as he approached the door of the waiting room where Rita was waiting for him. He knocked gently. "Come in," Rita said. Entering the room, she just looked at him. What a very pleasant surprise. What brings you all the way here?" Jean asked Rita, a hint of surprise in his voice. "You must be busy." "Thank you for making time," Rita replied graciously to her fiancé. Of course, Jean thought to himself, noting Rita's return to her old demeanor of appearing pitiful and innocent. He couldn't help but feel a sense of disgust. "The aroma of this tea is exquisite. Shall I pour you a cup?" Rita offered politely. "No, I'll do it myself," Jean replied curtly, taking the tea jug and pouring himself some tea. Rita sighed softly, indicating something was troubling her. "What is it this time, Verta? Is there a problem?" Jean inquired, taking a sip of his tea. Rita, unable to hold back her emotions any longer, began to sob. Jean's irritation grew at Rita's display of weakness. "Now don't be like that. In order for me to help you, you must tell me what's wrong," he urged, his tone firm. "I can't do this anymore. It's too hard. I'm begging you. Please call off our engagement," Rita spoke up amidst her sobbing, her voice filled with desperation. "I cannot marry you," Rita said, tears falling from her eyes. Jean had lost track of how many times Verta had said those exact words. He sighed, unaffected by Rita's plea. "Please say something, Jean," Rita said, covering her face with her hands. Jean, tired of her begging, responded, "Verta, you're well aware, regardless of what we want, this is an important union." Rita, still sobbing, stuttered, "How could you be so cold?" Jean calmly replied, "I've told you many times, this engagement is between our households. Is the reputation of your household that important to you?" Rita asked. "You don't even love me. Can't you let me go?" she pleaded. Resuming her fake sob, Rita covered her face but sneaked a peek at Jean, who sat absent-mindedly drinking his tea. Rita recalled asking Yersha for a potion that is difficult to detect and can only be made by Yersha. When asked about the components, Rita told Yersha she needed the potion as a stimulant that could cause one to become violent. Rita wanted to use the potion to hatch a plan that could get rid of her fiancé. She knew trying to accuse Jean of attempted rape was too obvious and cliché, she needed a more decisive plan. Before Jean came into the room, Rita emptied the contents of the potion Yersha prepared for her into the teapot, which was the tea Jean was drinking. "You're wondering why I don't love you," Jean asked Rita. "But you're so beautiful, I do love you," he said. In that instant his hands quivered, shaking slightly. "How is he so predictable?" Rita thought as she observed. "It hurts me that you don't see my feelings for you, Verta," Jean said. Rita thought that Jean had held out until that moment, but he wouldn't be able to hold on any longer from henceforth. "Then why did you force me to kiss Baron Jackard? You say you love me, yet you threw me to another man," Rita said, wiping her tears. "How can you call yourself my fiancé?" Rita shouted at him. "Enough, Verta," Jean said, rebuking her. "She's being decidedly irritating today," Jean thought to himself. His hand began trembling more than usual. In a bid to calm his nerves, Jean poured himself yet more tea, which he drank. And now for the closing act, Rita thought to herself. "I know everything. The real reason why you do these things," she said. "What are you going on about now? Why are you talking about such nonsense today?" Jean demanded. You're lacking down there, aren't you?" "I saw everything," Rita said with a cold look. "What?" Jean said, perplexed by Rita's words. Rita remembered her encounter with Jean and Baron Jackard instantly. "I saw everything. You're so damn small and pathetic that you bring your friend to do it for you, right?" Rita said angrily as she sprang up to her feet. "What did you just say?" Jean asked, becoming more irritated and angrier towards Rita. "You eunuch bastard," she stuttered, cursing her fiancé. Jean couldn't believe what he heard. His anger began growing uncontrollably. Did it work? Rita asked herself. In an instant, Jean rushed towards Rita and slapped her, causing her to fall to the ground. You brought this upon yourself. Understood? Jean yelled as she clenched her cheek. From now on, watch your mouth, Jean said as he left the room, shutting the door behind him. I can't even put into words how insane that girl is, Jean said in anger before walking away. Rita looked at her face in a mirror. He doesn't look like much, but he's stronger than he looks. Rita thought, observing the injuries on her face. Even though I fed him a stimulant, it ended with only one blow. He's more patient than I thought for a pervert, Rita thought, a wide smile on her cheeks. Outside the waiting room, Rita wandered around the 4th floor, captivated by the aesthetics. The sky is especially beautiful today, she said as she gazed out a window. Unbeknownst to Rita, Prince Van Brandt was passing through the building. Upon seeing Rita, his eyes lit up. He watched her looking outside as she was lost in the views. Miss Alberhart? Prince Brandt called out to her as he approached Rita. Ah, it's an honor to meet you, Prince Brandt, Rita said, greeting the prince. You don't have to, Prince Brandt said to Rita. Observing Rita's face, Prince Brandt was awestruck. He quickened his steps up the stairs to Rita. What happened to your face? Prince Brandt asked, holding her hands. Oh, this? It's nothing, Your Highness, Rita said, attempting to conceal her scarred face from Jean's previous hit. She cursed her timing, not expecting to encounter the prince at that moment. Did someone dare strike you, my lady? Prince Brandt inquired. I will have the culprit brought to justice. Just say the word, he insisted. Oh, no need, truly. It was just a minor mishap, she fibbed. She couldn't allow him to interfere. Stepping closer, Prince Van Brandt asked if she was certain, genuinely concerned for her well-being. You're very kind, but I really can't, Rita said quietly, her mind racing with the stakes of her plan. Forgive me, Your Highness, I must be taking my leave now, she added, as she smiled softly at the prince, causing his heart to race as he blushed. Yes, I understand. I pray your journey is a safe one, he responded, bidding her farewell. Rita hurriedly descended the stairs, eager to evade Prince Brandt's further inquiries. Yet he remained unconvinced. That mark, no doubt someone struck her. But who'd dare lay their hands on a delicate lady, he pondered. Glancing up the staircase, Prince Brandt noted Rita's departure from the 4th floor of the executive administrative wing. The presiding official there would likely have knowledge of any altercations, but he refrained from pointing accusatory fingers just yet. Back at Alberhart's manor, Rita stood before a long stair hall, fully clad in protective attire. Jana, visibly concerned, observed Rita's helmet and layers of clothing. The other girls? Rita inquired from Jana. They've all vacated the premises as you instructed, Jana replied, her voice tinged with worry. But miss, you went to all that trouble dressing up to go to the royal palace. Why in the world did you return in such a state? Jana asked in tears, puzzled by the injuries on Rita's face. Rita thought it prudent not to disclose her plans to Jana, knowing the shock might overwhelm her. Yesterday Jana had been inconsolable at the sight of Rita's slapped face. Today, revealing her intentions might be too much for her to handle. Rita attempted to bend down to adjust her boots but struggled due to the tightness. It's too tight, I can't bend over, she exclaimed in frustration. I'll do it, miss, Jana offered, swiftly slipping on Rita's boots for her. Rita recognized Jana as her sole reliable ally in her current situation. All done, miss, Jana declared after assisting Rita with her boots. As Rita surveyed herself, she couldn't help but feel invincible with all the padding she wore. Jana, Rita called out. Yes, miss. Jana responded. Wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. When I arrive, take me to my room and help me out of these clothes. Understand? Rita instructed Jana on what to do. Pardon? Yes, I understand, miss, Jana replied before rushing to the bottom of the stairs. As Jana descended the stairs, she couldn't help but wonder what Rita was up to. Perhaps she's preparing to lose weight as summer approaches? But my lady is already so slender, Jana pondered. Meanwhile, Rita observed her handmaiden's descent, contemplating the repercussions of her actions. The union between aristocrat families won't fall apart with just one slap on the cheek, Rita reassured herself before deliberately missing a step. I got myself slapped yesterday to find the strength to leap to the next level, she thought inwardly as she tumbled down the stairs in one swift motion. Miss! Jana screamed as she witnessed her lady crashing down the stairs almost immediately. Rita's body collided with each step with full force until she reached the bottom of the stairs. Good heavens, miss! Jana cried out, rushing to meet Rita. Another suicide attempts? Jana thought, alarmed by Rita's evident pain. Miss, Jana stammered through tears. Feeling the agony, Rita struggled to maintain consciousness. Jana, Rita managed to utter silently. Yes, miss, Jana responded. Do as I told you, Rita instructed. Pardon? Jana asked, momentarily forgetting Rita's earlier request to take her to her room and help her remove all the padding when she reached the bottom of the stairs. Yes, miss, Jana replied after she recalled helping Rita up from the floor. Rita winced in pain, but Jana cautioned, but miss, if you've broken anything, it would be best not to move you. Despite the discomfort, Jana assisted Rita in walking. Rita grimaced through the pain, reflecting on the efforts she had made to achieve her current body. She's right. After the lengths I went to get this body, Rita thought to herself. I should be careful with it. Despite feeling sore all over, Rita was relieved to conclude, fortunately nothing seems to be broken. I'm fine, just do it. Rita demanded, determined to proceed despite the discomfort. Just hang in there a bit, miss, Jana said gently, helping Rita towards her room. Rita finally sank down onto a chair, letting out a low moan of pain. Take my clothes off, she said to Jana. Jana affirmed sympathetically and began unbuckling Rita's helmet. Rita winced slightly as the straps came loose. I'm so dizzy, she thought to herself. Jana, Rita called, no ice packs. Do you understand? She demanded. Miss, Jana replied readily. Yes. I understand, she said. Good, Rita mumbled, her eyelids drooping. She drifted off to sleep shortly after, thinking, after all the trouble I went to, throwing myself down the stairs, it all has to pay off. The next day Rita woke up with her thoughts racing. Phew, it felt like I was at death's door. Mirror please, she called out to Jana. Jana affirmed as she retrieved the mirror and held it up for Rita, who examined her reflection carefully. Rita lifted her hands to inspect her bruises, noting that they're not as serious as she initially feared, but still enough for her plans. What time is it? She asked Jana. It's 3 in the afternoon, Jana replied. Perfect. Make preparations immediately. I have somewhere to be, she requested, smiling despite her soreness. Soon, Rita arrived at Jean's castle and was greeted by the butler of the mansion. Miss Verta, I hadn't received word you were coming. What brings you here? The butler inquired, but Rita remained silent in response. Miss, you look quite unwell, have you seen a physician? The butler asked. There's no need, sir, I'm fine, Rita reassured him, brushing off his concern. Rita maintained her calm demeanor, gently holding her hand to her face as she recalled how she subtly accentuated her bruises with makeup. A doctor? After intentionally emphasizing all these bruises with makeup? Absolutely not, she thought. Come in this way, the butler invited, leading Rita into the castle. Eventually they arrived at a room. I apologize for arriving unannounced, but is Jean at home? Rita inquired politely as she took her seat. Unfortunately, the young lord is currently away on business, but if you're willing to wait, I'll send a messenger immediately informing him of your visit, the butler responded. Of course he isn't here. I came when I knew he'd be absent, Rita inwardly mused, satisfied with her clever maneuvering. Thank you, Rita said innocently to the butler as he bowed and began to take his leave. However, just as he was about to depart, Rita halted him, inquiring about Baron Jackard. "He's here. Shall I call him for you?" the butler offered. Rita smiled slightly, expressing her gratitude. The butler then left to summon Baron Jackard. Baron Jackard, feeling a mix of hesitation and apprehension, approached the door. Pausing for a moment, he then fidgeted before his mind drifted down memory lane. Baron Jackard walked alongside Jean, Jean's anger palpable. "What an infuriating woman," Jean seethed as they strode forward. "For her, alcohol is redundant. She's already drunk on her own misery. That airheaded cow. However, I can't help but pity the poor girl for being forced into a loveless marriage," he said to Baron Jackard. Jean gestured for Jackard to lean closer to him, to which the Baron obeyed, leaning in to hear what Jean had to say. "So, instead of me, why don't you try to satisfy her?" Jean suggested in a low tone. "His tastes are as strange as ever. It's not pleasant to play along with his whims like this," Baron Jackard thought. Jean smiled, patting Jackard's shoulder reassuringly. "Give her a look," Jean told the Baron. Jean entered the room ahead of him and Baron Jackard lingered outside, lost in thought. Still, up until now, he's only messing around with hostesses, but to think that he'd harass his own fiancée too, he mused silently. From the outside of the door, he caught snippets of their conversation. "You don't love me anyway," Verta cried out, her voice carrying through the slightly ajar door. Baron Jackard peeked into the room, catching sight of the couple. "Jean," Verta called out as she backed him. "She's smaller than I expected." "Certainly not a cow," Baron Jackard thought. Stunned by her vulnerability as Verta turned. "Are our family fortunes all that matter to you?" she asked, confronting Jean as Jackard was caught off guard. Jackard was thrust back into the present, bewildered by their unexpected encounter. "I never imagined we might meet like this. Just the two of us." "No. Remember how we got here?" he thought, perplexed. "I can't throw away everything I've worked for over some silly unrequited love," Jackard mused silently, unaware of Rita's clandestine activities inside the room. Meanwhile, Rita busily concocted her own scheme, pouring a potion given to her by Yersha into a cup of tea. Just as she finished, she heard a knock on the door. Hastily, she hid the potion. "Come in," she said calmly as the door swung open, revealing Baron Jackard standing at the entrance. Rita remained composed, though she sensed his penetrating gaze upon her. Moments from their encounter in the market flooded Jackard's mind, memories of Rita's plea echoed in his thoughts as he recalled her bruise on her hand, causing him to relent. Back to reality, with measured steps he approached the seat opposite Rita, his gaze averted, refusing to meet her eyes. As Jackard settled into the chair, still avoiding direct eye contact, Rita couldn't help but notice his avoidance. "I'm sitting right in front of him, yet he can't even glance at me, let alone look me in the eye," she thought, sensing his apprehension. Deep down, she wondered if the Baron was afraid of her as she smiled. "What brings you here?" he asked as he broke the silence. "I'm sorry for calling you here like this, but I have something urgent I must tell you," Rita said as he sat down opposite him. "Please make it quick." "I must escort the young master soon, so I don't have long," he said, not bothering to meet Rita's gaze. Rita poured a cup of tea with practiced efficiency, her movements steady despite the tension in the air. "Then at least hear me out just until you finish one cup of tea, please," she urged softly. Jackard hesitated for a moment, then relented, taking the cup from the table. "Just one cup of tea, and then I'll be on my way," he thought as he conceded, sipping it. Rita just stared, her expression serious. "Please speak," Jackard prompted, still holding the cup in his hand as he was stunned to see the bruises on her. A surge of adrenaline rushed through Jackard as Rita's plea took an unexpected turn. "The poison, please give it to me," she begged him. "It's the only way I can escape from Jean." "I'm begging you," she said, tears streaming down her face. Stunned by her sudden outburst of emotion, Jackard rushed to Rita's side. "What is this?" he demanded, gently raising her arm to uncover the scars hidden beneath her sleeves. He knew they weren't self-inflicted. Rita winced as he touched her, pushing him away slightly. That hurts, she cried out, her voice trembling with a mixture of pain and fear. Holding Rita's face gently but firmly, Jacquard demanded an explanation for the scars marring her skin. Rita hesitated for a moment, then lashed out in frustration. "Do you like what you see?" she asked bitterly, tears streaming down her cheeks. "If you're done ogling me, please give me the poison," she pleaded, her voice filled with desperation. "Whether it's by Jean's hand or my own, I'll end up dead either way. What do you care about? A knight's duty is to protect a lady, but you're not even a real knight," she said, stunning Jacquard with her words. Jacquard's anger flared. He treated Verta like a mere courtesan. How did a bastard like him become the fiancé of the daughter of the Alberhart family, he thought angrily. Rita watched him closely, noticing the change in his demeanor. Is the potion finally working, she wondered, observing the anger building up in his expression. Finally releasing Rita's face, Jacquard's features betrayed his frustration. "Please, before he returns, give me the poison," Rita implored, her voice laced with sorrow as she leaned against Jacquard's shoulder, tears dampening his clothing as she pleaded. Rita deliberately pressed a kiss onto Jacquard's shirt, leaving behind the trace of her lipstick. Baron Jacquard flinched slightly before releasing Rita. "I can't bear being hurt by Jean again," she confessed, gripping his hands tightly. Jacquard, momentarily taken aback by Rita's bold gesture, felt a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Speechless, he walked back to the table and drained the remaining tea from his cup. "A cup of tea as promised," he said, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "I shall be taking my leave now," he announced, before exiting the room. Rita's tears rolled down her cheeks as she didn't turn to watch him leave, instead allowing her emotions to wash over her in solitude. Outside the room, Baron Jacquard strode with anger simmering within him. "I lost my composure. That was very unlike me," he mused silently as he walked, seeking solace in the cool evening air. As he rounded a corner, Jacquard collided with Jean, jolting him from his thoughts. "What are you doing here, Jacquard?" Jean demanded, his tone sharp as he noticed the lipstick stain on Jacquard's shirt. Instantly, Jean's demeanor turned cold as he accused Jacquard of inappropriate behavior with Verta. "You were messing around with Verta already? How dare you put your dirty mouth on her without your owner's permission?" Jean sneered, his eyes flashing with disdain. Jacquard's fists clenched tightly at his sides, but he remained silent, refusing to dignify Jean's accusations with a response. "Did you strike the young lady Alberhart?" Jacquard's voice carried an angry edge. "Ah well, she was making such a fuss, so I thought I'd teach her a lesson," Jean responded with a malicious smirk. "Why? Don't tell me you feel sorry for her," Jean continued, his tone dripping with contempt. Jacquard's anger flared at Jean's callous words. "This son of a gun," he seethed inwardly, struggling to contain his fury. "You were more than happy to fondle her, so sexually exploiting her is fine, but hitting her is a crime," Jean retorted sharply, his voice laced with disbelief and disgust. "Shut up and listen to me, you dog," he said. "If you don't fulfill your responsibilities, I might have to consider other options for her," Jean continued, gently patting Baron Jacquard's chest. "I'm going to make her into a wretched mess. I can't have you." But before he could finish his sentence, a sudden blow landed on his face, cutting his words short. Jean fell to the ground, blood trickling from his nose. Without restraint, Baron Jacquard continued to deliver punches to Jean's face, driven by anger and frustration. "Quickly save the young master. Get that madman off of him," a guard shouted, prompting others to rush to the scene. "Someone bring the clubs," another man called out urgently. Rita observed the commotion from the secrecy of the room she was in. "My word, I hadn't anticipated the potion would have such a strong effect," she thought to herself. "There's likely no need for me to intervene." Men swiftly intervened, striking Baron Jacquard with clubs, aiming for his head and dealing heavy blows. Rita observed the scene from her hiding place, realizing that intervention would likely be futile at this point. "From the looks of things, he'll be in the afterlife long before I can do anything. Just as well," she murmured softly to herself. Deciding it was best to retreat, she quietly returned to the room. Something caught her attention as she saw a plant in an awkward position. As she listened to the distant shouts calling for more assistance, Rita knew it would be some time before the chaos subsided. As Rita searched through the rooms, she couldn't shake the feeling that as Marquis Carter's right-hand man, Jean might have valuable information hidden somewhere. Upon opening a door, she stumbled upon something unexpected, a room filled with unconventional items. Rita's expression turned sly as she took in the scene. Well. He's a dirty pervert, she mused, noting Jean's peculiar interests as she smiled. In a hidden room like this, there's bound to be something useful. I can't afford to leave empty-handed, Rita mused to herself as she explored the concealed chamber. Her eyes fell upon a unique flower vase, a surprising discovery in Jean's room. Flowers? She questioned aloud, her curiosity piqued. Rita recalled the meticulous nature of nobles when it came to interior decorations, prompting her to ponder the presence of a wilted blossom in Jean's bedroom. Odd, she remarked softly, studying the dried flower with a furrowed brow. Rita recognized the significance behind such an out-of-place item. With a thoughtful gaze, she inspected it closer, certain that its presence held a deeper meaning within the context of the hidden room. Rita swiftly plucked the flower from its stem, her movements quick and deliberate. Outside the room, the commotion continued as shouts for Baron Jaccard's restraint echoed down the hallway. Time to step in, she thought, her resolve firm as she recognized the need to intervene before her absence drew unwanted attention. With a practiced hand, she delicately placed the flower into her purse. Without hesitation, she dipped her handkerchief into the cup, soaking it with liquid as she prepared to confront the chaos outside. Rita rubbed her eyes, feigning tears to lend authenticity to her distress. Jean's body lay limp from the vicious beating inflicted by Jaccard. Amidst the chaos, someone finally managed to restrain Jaccard, his rage evident as he landed more blows to Jean's. "Stop, Jaccard!" Rita's voice cut through the tumult, pausing him as he turned to look at her. "You don't have to do this, not for me," she pleaded, her voice quavering with emotion as she approached with trembling steps. "So please stop this." As Rita reached out to touch Jaccard's chest, her gentle gesture startled him. His hands, stained crimson with blood, hung limply at his sides, the weight of his actions suddenly apparent in the face of Rita's heartfelt appeal. "Please, Jaccard," Rita begged, her voice trembling with urgency, tears streaming down her cheeks. Despite the blood trickling from his wounded head, Jaccard's clenched fist slowly released its grip, the haze of his rage dissipating as consciousness returned. "Quickly tie him up," a man's voice out, his authoritative tone cutting through the tension. Another voice echoed, calling for rope as men sprang into action. With swift movements, they secured Jaccard's hands behind his back, immobilizing him on the floor. Baron Jaccard lay silent, unable to protest as he watched Rita sobbing nearby. His gaze, once filled with fury, now held a hint of innocence. As the men bound him tightly, Jaccard's only response was a pained silence, his fate sealed by his own reckless actions. As Rita gazed at herself in the mirror, she noted the fading bruises with a sense of irony. Almost all healed, she murmured to herself, a bitter realization settling in. "I finally have a healthy body now. In this moment, it's the last thing I need." Her gaze drifted to the scars, now fully healed, a testament to the ordeal she had endured. Rita recalled, lamenting her inability to simply bribe the investigator who had come to collect her testimony. Such sticks in the mud, she thought, recalling her frustrating encounter with the officials. "They're all Prince Brant's men through and through." Her reverie was interrupted by Jana's sudden entrance into the room. "Miss, please hurry." "You must be at court today," Jana exclaimed, urgency evident in her voice as she urged Rita to prepare for the day ahead. "Are my morning clothes ready?" Rita inquired of her handmaiden. "Yes, miss," Jana replied softly, her voice trailing off as she struggled to contain her emotions. Silent at first before gearing up to speak. "I still can't believe it, miss," Jana continued after a moment, her sadness evident in her tone. "I never dreamed Sir Jean would end up." Her voice faltered, unable to complete the thought. Rita, feigning surprise, wore a smirk in her mind, concealing her true feelings behind a facade of grief. "That makes two of us," she retorted sharply, cutting off Jana's words as she walked past her. In her room, Rita approached her bed, where 3 morning dresses lay, neatly laid out by Jana. Rita examined them thoughtfully before pointing at one, indicating her choice without further ado. "This one, and for my makeup, I want to bring out the bruises again like last time," Rita instructed Jana, to which she affirmed. As Jana tended to Rita's command, Rita inquired about her parents. "You haven't heard anything from my parents, have you?" she asked. "No, miss. Nothing's had arrived since the last letter," Jana responded innocently, her gaze meeting Rita. Rita's mind churned with frustration and disbelief. Not only did their daughter's fiancé pass away, but she also faced the daunting task of testifying about his death in court. Yet, despite the gravity of the situation, there had been no word from them. Nothing? Rita thought, a pang of disappointment piercing her heart as she contemplated the silence from her family. Something is off about Verta's parents as well, Rita pondered silently to herself, a nagging suspicion gnawing at her thoughts. "Ah, miss, I just remembered." Jana interjected, breaking Rita's reverie as she held up Rita's chosen dress. "I've dried and preserved the cutting you gave me, just as you instructed." "Good. Well done, Jana," Rita acknowledged, appreciating her handmaiden's diligence. "For now, I must finish this trial business. Then I'll figure out what that strange plant is," she thought. In the courtroom, it was in a state of chaos, with people bustling in due to the popularity of the nobles involved in the trial. The clamor of voices and shuffling of feet filled the air, setting the scene for the intense proceedings ahead. Rita seated calmly in the defendant's section, her demeanor composed despite the weight of the trial ahead. She had expertly disguised her scars once more using makeup, ensuring that her outward appearance betrayed no hint of the turmoil within. "Oh my gosh, Ver. How in the world did this happen?" Julie exclaimed, her voice breaking Rita's tranquility. "The death of a fiancé, so terrible. Not getting into the royal guard can't even compare," she added, her expression sorrowful as she reached out to comfort Rita. "In times like this you must stay strong, Ver," Julie urged, her grip firm as she clasped Rita's hand. "You must triumph over your sadness." "That's what I did," she continued, offering her own experience as a source of consolation to Rita in her time of need. Rita glanced at Julie, her expression unreadable as she processed her friend's words. She must be joking, Rita thought bitterly, incredulous that even in such a solemn moment, Julie found a way to brag. Despite her inner turmoil, Rita remained silent, her thoughts swirling with a mixture of grief and frustration. "Julia, I still need time to grieve my loss, please let me be," Rita finally spoke, her voice thick with emotion as tears fell from her eyes. "I can't help but fall into despair every time I think of him." Julie was taken aback by Rita's tears. "Huh? She's acting as if I rubbed salt in her wounds," she thought. "You must stay strong, Ver. You mustn't give up. Even in death, I'm sure Jean." Julie began, but her words were interrupted by Rita's emotional outburst, calling out her name, realizing the depth of Rita's anguish in that moment. "How can you utter his name so flippantly?" Rita's voice trembled with emotion as she spoke, tears streaming down her cheeks. Julie, taken aback by Rita's raw vulnerability, was momentarily stunned into silence. "I become so sad just thinking about him," Rita said to Julie. The murmurs of the onlookers filled the courtroom, adding to Julie's awkwardness. "But Ver," Julie stammered, struggling to find the right words to say. Before Julie could respond, their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Blaine Shade, whose genial smile belied the tension in the room. "Oh dear, it seems my little sister is causing you trouble again, Lady Verta," Blaine remarked, his tone light as he greeted Rita with a bow. Julie stood silent, her demeanor tense as she observed the interaction between Rita and Blaine, unsure of how to navigate the delicate situation unfolding before her. "Julia, give the lady a moment to mourn her fiancé," Blaine Shade intervened, gently leading his sister away from Rita's side. Julie acquiesced silently, her shoulders slumping in resignation as she followed her brother's guidance. I was only trying to comfort her, Julie protested silently, her frustration evident. Blaine cast a subtle glance towards Rita, his eyes assessing her with a shrewd gaze. I knew she was no ordinary woman, he thought to himself, recognizing the complexity beneath Rita's composed exterior. Rita's tears ceased as she looked up to meet Blaine's gaze, her expression guarded yet curious. Unbeknownst to her, Blaine's thoughts took a darker turn. But never did I imagine she would murder her own fiancé, he thought, a chilling realization dawning upon him as he contemplated Rita's enigmatic demeanor. As the crowd swelled with more people entering the court, murmurs began to rise. Did you see that bruise on her cheek? A lady remarked, her tone oddly cheerful. They say her fiancé hit her. How bold, a man commented amidst the noise. I suppose Count Alberhart is overseas. I heard that before he died, Jean Lawrence was so bold as to ask what the fuss over hitting her was about, someone else added. Do you think his own bodyguard would have pummeled him to death if he hadn't? Asked another voice, low and serious, eliciting a smile from Rita. Even if the Alberharts don't wield great weight in high society circles, this is a big deal between the families of counts, someone murmured in agreement. Rita sat quietly amidst all she heard, absorbing the weight of the conversation. Someone stepped into the court, drawing all eyes to see who it was. Oh my, it's Marquis Carter, a lady remarked softly. Rita felt chills run down her body. What? Carter's here, she thought, shifting her glance in his direction. He must have come all the way here after hearing one of his beloved men died, someone said softly. He looks like he's been living it up, that son of a gun, she thought furiously as she gritted her teeth. I'll get to you soon enough, Rita said to herself with determination. Everyone was properly seated. Rita remained calm as Prince Van Brandt walked in to preside as the judge. Enter the defendant, he declared before a door was opened. Baron Jackard was led in by the guard, chained and silent. His body bore numerous scars. He walked past Count Lawrence without a word, his expression inscrutable. You ungrateful bastard! You are no better than a beast, Count Lawrence, Jean's father, shouted as he sprang up from his seat in anger. After I took pity on you and took you in, this is how you repay me? His voice rang out furiously. Rita glanced at Jackard from her seat, observing that his wounds had healed quite a bit. She rustled with a piece of paper containing a message in her hands with a folded end. I assume he used the ointment I gave him, Rita thought, noting the improved state of Jackard's wounds. Before the trial date was set, Baron Jackard sat in his cell when he heard a noise. Through the cell hole, a parcel was thrown inside. He rustled through the parcel, unfolding the paper before reading the written message. If you agree to my proposal, fold a corner of this note and return it, Verta Alberhart, it read. Jackard glanced towards Rita's direction, but she pretended not to see him as the court proceedings commenced. Jackard, the accused, aged 28 years old. Title, Baron. Bodyguard of the late Jean Lawrence. Are all these personal details correct? Prince Brandt asked Baron Jackard from his stand. Now that Jackard and I are working together, I must stay vigilant, Rita thought calmly. Yes. They are correct, Jackard said, remaining seated. On the 8th day in the month of Anemone, in a hall within the plaintiff's estate, the defendant stands accused of assaulting and killing the plaintiff's son, Jean Lawrence. In addition, the motive has been determined as romantic admiration for the victim's fiancé, as well as a personal grudge, thus constituting the murder as one of passion, Prince Brandt read out to the court's hearing. Does the accused agree with these statements? Prince Brandt asked aloud, prompting murmurs among the crowd. I acknowledge my crime, Jackard said, leaning forward with his head slightly bowed. However, my motive was neither passion nor personal grudge. It was simply my duty as a knight to protect Lady Verta, he explained, glancing at Rita. Bullshit! How dare a bodyguard attack his own owner? You bastard! You're worse than a dog. Count Lawrence shouted furiously, pointing at Baron Jackard. Prince Brandt hit his mallet on his desk. Order. Presently the defendant must give his statement. No one but the accused may speak, he shouted, calming the restlessness in the court. Your Honor, until recently Lady Verta had been suffering severe physical abuse at the hands of the Count's son, Jackard began. As a knight who ascribes to the code of chivalry, I could see no other way to protect the lady other than to overpower Jean Lawrence, he explained, causing murmurs among the crowd. I pray you take this into account as well, Jackard said calmly. He followed directions well, Rita thought calmly, watching him deliver his statement. Very well. Would the witness Count Alberhart please give her statement? Prince Brant requested. The investigators said it'd take 5 weeks for her to fully heal. She's still bruised here and there, Prince Brant thought, watching Rita closely from his stand. Raising her right arm, Rita stepped forward to the stand to take her oath. I, Count Alberhart, solemnly swear that the evidence I give to this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, she said. Although it pains me to say this, I indeed suffered continual abuse at the hands of my fiancée, Jean Lawrence, Rita began speaking calmly and sadly. Jackard watched as the abuse took place, she said. At that moment, Jackard bowed his head in silence. Rita sniffed as tears began welling in her eyes. I hoped that if I tried harder, perhaps he would come to love me, but he continued to abuse me regardless of where we were, Rita said, stunning the crowd. Oh my word, a lady exclaimed. Look at those bruises, how awful, said another lady. At his home, in my parlor, and even at his place of work, the palace, Rita revealed. Objection. Count Lawrence shouted, stopping Rita from continuing her speech. Where is your proof my son was responsible for that abuse? Who's to say you didn't have some other bastards hit you just to spin your story, he shouted in disgust. There is no definitive evidence, but there is a witness to the assault, Prince Van Brant said, stunning Count Lawrence. I implore you to summon this witness, Your Honor. My son would never have laid a hand on his fiancée. Count Lawrence replied to Prince Brant almost immediately, his expression furious. Prince Brant lifted his hand. That would be me, he declared, recollecting his encounter with Rita during her visit to the palace. He remembered seeing her, noticing the bruises on her face, and in that moment, he knew. I am the witness, he proclaimed boldly, stunning everyone present. Your Honor, I beg your pardon, Count Lawrence began, his voice stuttering slightly. A few days prior to the unfortunate demise of the victim, I chanced upon Miss Alberhart on the stairway within the Royal Administrative Building. She was returning home after being assaulted by Jean Lawrence. The crowd stirred and a voice interjected, Prince Van Brant isn't the kind of person who would lie. He's one of the fairest and most honorable noblemen in the land. The murmurs ripple through the room as the proceedings continue. Prince Brant proceeded to inform the court that he couldn't ascertain further injuries as Rita was clad in a long gown at the time. Nonetheless, he observed a swollen cheek and bruised lip, leading him to believe she had been assaulted. Rita, astonished by the unexpected turn of events, quietly mused, my goodness, I never anticipated such fortuitous timing would work out in my favor. If I may, Rita said, raising her hand calmly. I would also like to call upon my own witness. She said, her confidence evident. I'd like to summon Lord Blaneshade to the stand. What? Julie exclaimed, her surprise evident as she glanced at her brother. Blaneshade rises slowly, making his way to the witness stand with a calm demeanor as Rita stepped aside for him to take the witness stand. Lady Verta has long been a close friend of my younger sister, Julia, he began, a gentle smile gracing his lips. During her visits to our home, we would engage in occasional light conversation, he continued, his words caused his sister to appear confused. On one such occasion, Blaine revealed, his tone measured, I happened to notice a bruise on Lady Verta's wrist. He recounted as he recalled their meeting that day, his surprise upon seeing Rita's injured arm, adding depth to the unfolding testimony. Only force from an adult man could have left such a mark, Blaine asserted calmly. Initially she brushed over the subject, likely to shield her fiancé. However, eventually she confided in me with the truth. He paused, casting a brief glance at Rita to gauge her reaction. In truth, it was Jackard who inflicted that bruise. Yet, when it boils down to it, one could say it was Jean's fault, Rita thought. With his statement concluded, Blaine Shade bowed as he gracefully exited the witness stand, a satisfied grin crossing his face. And thus I settle my debt, he mused inwardly. Prince Van Brandt turned his attention to Count Lawrence. Does the plaintiff have any further objections against the aforementioned testimonies? Prince Brandt inquired. However, Lawrence remained silent, his head bowed in shame. No, Your Honor, he replied as he clenched his fist. Verta Alberhart, your credibility as a witness has been established. Please proceed with your testimony, Prince Brandt addressed Rita. She nodded in acknowledgement before beginning. After the assault at the palace, I made attempts to terminate my engagement with Jean Lawrence, but he refused to see me, Rita recounted, her voice wavering slightly as she sniffled. Hence, I arrived at his estate earlier than Jean's usual departure time and requested a private audience with Baron Jackard, Rita explained as she glanced towards the cuffed Baron. Before you continue, for the record, please clarify your reason for seeking a separate meeting with Baron Jackard, Prince Brandt interjected, his voice firm yet fair, prompting Rita to provide further context. I sought someone who could corroborate my account of the assault, Rita explained softly. I believed Baron Jackard would be inclined to support me, given his reputation as a knight of honor. A knight of honor, my foot. He was a dog's dog, Rita thought, though she maintained her composure, feigning sobriety. How dare you? Count Lawrence interjected angrily, reacting to Rita's remark. Rita continues, brushing off the interruption and returning her focus to her testimony. The Baron refused, expressed concern that supporting my claims would tarnish my fiancé's reputation, Rita revealed, her hands pressed against her chest in a gesture of vulnerability. How did a man so fiercely loyal to his master end up pummeling his master to death with his bare fists? Prince Van Brandt said, the question lingering in the air. I must request further elaboration in your statement, Prince Brandt interjected, his tone firm but fair, prompting Rita to provide additional details to clarify the situation. It was then that my fiancé unexpectedly entered and found us together, Rita recounted. Upon seeing us, he hurled insults at me and initiated the assault, she said, her voice tinged with sadness. The Baron intervened, attempting to stop my fiancé, but his efforts were futile, Rita continued, recounting the events. Jackard left the room to seek help, but Jean pursued him and struck him across the face. He threatened that if the Baron were to leave in such a manner, he would throw me to other men and have them violate me, Rita revealed, her voice trembling with tears as she imagined the distressing memory. He declared he would pass me like a rag doll, Rita revealed with a heavy heart, her words sending a chill through the courtroom. Julie reacted with shock, her hand flying to cover her mouth, mirroring the astonishment of those present. Did you all hear that? Someone exclaimed, the disbelief evident in their voice. For Jean Lawrence to utter such despicable words, it's almost unfathomable, another voice added, echoing the disbelief rippling through the room. The murmurs among the crowd intensified as individuals exchanged whispers and remarks. Order! Order! Prince Brandt's voice boomed, punctuated by the resounding strikes of his gavel, each one louder than the last. That is when the Baron lost all composure. All of this unfolded because of his noble intent to protect me, Rita declared, her gaze flickering to observe his reactions discreetly. Baron Jackard exemplifies true knighthood, she continued, her tone earnest. Please consider my ordeal and show leniency in his sentencing, Rita implored the judge, her plea tinged with desperation. Wench! How dare you take his side? Count Lawrence's voice echoes through the courtroom, filled with venom and anger. He attempted to approach Rita, but the royal guards swiftly intervened, restraining him. You spout such vile falsehoods, yet you have the audacity to call yourself a lady, he continued, his accusations cutting through the air. You slept with that scoundrel, didn't you? You're responsible for my son's death. Count Lawrence's anger escalated, his words laced with fury. He struggled against the guards as he declared, Don't you know who I am? Unhand me. Rita recoils in shock, her hand trembling as she observes the scene unfolding before her. Such violence and hateful words, she murmured softly, her disbelief evident. You and your son are no different. Rita cried out, her emotions raw and tears streaming down her face. What? The wench has lost her mind, Count Lawrence responded incredulously, his voice tinged with disbelief, before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Count Lawrence has fainted. Fetch the physician, someone said, urgency evident in the person's voice. According to our laws, the crime of killing a nobleman warrants the punishment of death, Prince Brant began, his tone solemn. However, considering the defendant's actions stemmed from both chivalrous intents to protect the lady and the need for self-defense against Sir Jean Lawrence's assault and intimidation, I find the defendant guilty of accidental manslaughter, Prince Brant declared solemnly as he delivered the verdict. The Court of Osland hereby sentenced the defendant, Jackard, to 20 years of imprisonment, he concluded, bringing down his gavel to signify the end of the trial. After the court proceedings, Prince Brant stepped outside with his fellow judges, his gaze caught on Rita, who was sobbing uncontrollably. Her parents aren't even in the country. Poor girl, he thought, feeling a pang of sympathy for her. Suddenly he noticed Rita's expression change, her tear-streaked face contorting into an unsettling smile. Chills ran down his spine as he watched her, puzzled by the sudden shift in demeanor. What? She's smiling, he wondered. 20 years, that should be more than enough time to teach Jackard a lesson, Rita thought to herself, a mischievous smile that belied the emotion stirring within her. She quickly composed herself, sensing someone glancing at her as she left the courthouse. Unbeknownst to her, Prince Brant, ever watchful, caught a glimpse of her smile. His keen observation sparked a silent vow to keep a vigilant eye on her, sensing there was more beneath the surface than met the eye. Meanwhile, Rita's carriage made its way through the streets toward the Alberhart's manor. As the carriage came to a stop, Rita's mind turned to her next objective, dealing with Ian, the butler. Rita's attention was drawn by a knock on her carriage door, and she turned to find the coachman standing there, looking tense. "Milady, I'm sorry," he began, "but a carriage is blocking the path ahead." Rita raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Oh! And whose family does it belong to?" she asked. The coachman's response came with a hint of unease. "It belongs to Marquis Carter," he informed her. Rita's eyes widened in surprise, a flicker of concern crossing her features. "What shall I do, milady?" "Shall I turn the carriage back to the courthouse and request assistance?" the coachman asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Rita pondered for a moment, her mind racing with possibilities. What could Carter want with Verta? Could he have deduced my true identity? Rita's mind buzzed with confusion. But how, she thought, her brow furrowing in perplexity. Is it possible Yersha was caught? Her thoughts raced as she clenched her fist. The coachman's words brought her back from her reverie. "He may move if we involve law enforcement," he suggested, his gaze fixed on Marquis Carter's coach. "No. If the Marquis wishes to speak with me, have him come to my carriage," Rita commanded firmly, folding her hands decisively. "At the very least, I would hope an uninvited guest wouldn't be so shameless as to have me running over there," she added, her tone tinged with a hint of indignation. With that, Rita shut her carriage door with a resounding bang, startling the coachman momentarily. Proud Carter approached Rita's carriage with measured steps, and the coachman bowed respectfully as he arrived. He knocked gently on the door before speaking in a polite tone, "Lady Verta, my name is Proud Carter. May I join you in your carriage for a moment?" Rita opened her carriage door with a gracious gesture. "Please come in, my lord," she said with a warm smile, inviting Proud Carter into her carriage. He entered and settled himself, facing her. After a moment of silence he spoke. "During the trial I was deeply moved by your testimony," he admitted earnestly. "I had no clue Jean was such a sick devil. I realize I am partially to blame. I should have seen the signs," Proud Carter confessed to Rita. She listened quietly as she observed his facade of remorse. Inwardly she couldn't help but condemn his hypocrisy, recognizing him as the shameless, silver-tongued snake he truly was. No. I think he may be even worse now, Rita thought to herself, her expression neutral as she listened on. My condolences for the violence you suffered as well as your loss, Proud Carter offered gently. Thank you for your kind words, my lord, she replied softly. Despite all his evil deeds, he was still your fiancé, Proud Carter remarked, his tone sympathetic. I see your grief for him, my lady, Proud Carter remarked calmly, his gaze understanding. Of course. After all, he used to be so sweet to me, she admitted, her voice catching with emotion. But in truth, I am still grieving every time I think of him, I just... Rita's voice trailed off, unable to continue as her tears began to fall. You understand, surely, Rita said, composing herself and wiping her eyes with a handkerchief. She couldn't help but feel impatient for Proud Carter to leave. Of course, certainly, your sadness is shared by everyone who loved Jean. Please excuse this old man's insensitivity, Proud Carter replied with a calm smile, his demeanor reassuring. Rita's heart was relieved as she realized that Proud Carter seemed oblivious to her true identity. Tears welled up in her eyes as she thought about how he continued to talk about Jean. Forgive me. I was so absorbed in my grief I hardly took in any of my surroundings earlier, she said softly, her voice trembling with emotion. I heard you were also quite close with him yourself, Rita said calmly, her eyes meeting Proud Carter's. He was a competent official, so I treated him like my protégé. Who knew things would turn out like this? Proud Carter replied with a faint smile. However, his expression darkened as he continued, but that leads me to ask, Lady Verta, he said, his voice lowering slightly as he leaned forward towards Rita. On the day of the incident, did anything happen to disappear from Jean's estate? Proud Carter whispered to Rita, his tone low and conspiratorial. Rita feigned innocence, her gaze meeting his. Disappear? I couldn't say, she replied innocently, giving him a subtle glance. I see, Proud Carter mused, contemplating Rita's response. I'm afraid I needlessly intruded upon you, my lady. Forgive my disrespect, he said, rising from his seat to take his leave. Perhaps he entrusted Jean with something important? A weakness? Rita pondered silently as she observed Proud Carter making his way towards her carriage door. Until next time, Lady Verta, Proud Carter bid farewell, turning to face Rita. Seeing his cluelessness about her true identity, Rita couldn't resist a mischievous thought. Since he still has no idea who I really am, how about I tease him a bit, she mused with a sly smile. Perhaps you're speaking about that, Rita remarked calmly, halting Proud Carter in his tracks as he reached the door. That, he inquired eagerly, his expression hopeful. You know. In Jean's room, Rita replied, teasing him further as Proud Carter quickly approached her. What did he keep in his room? He asked with a straight look, his curiosity evident. Rita maintained her playful demeanor. You know, she repeated, enjoying the game. Proud Carter remained composed. Would you care to elaborate in detail? He inquired calmly, his eyes fixed on Rita. So you didn't know about Jean's secret furniture setup, Rita remarked to Proud Carter, leaving him momentarily stunned. Jean was always very interested in watching others' physical affections, so in his room, the bed and the sofa, as she explained, clutching herself slightly as she spoke. Proud Carter sighed with relief, his demeanor shifting as he thought, this woman clearly has no idea. His expression turned sour as he stepped out of Rita's carriage. It was a pleasure to meet you, Lady Verta. I wish you safe travels, he said politely. Rita bid him farewell with a cheerful tone, goodbye Marquis Carter. As Proud Carter left, Rita's expression quickly turned serious as she recalled the flower she had seen in Jean's secret room. Aha, so that's what Carter is looking for, she thought, her mind racing with possibilities. At the library in the Alberhart Manor, Rita moved through the sections on international trade, customs law, and humanities. So many books and not one illustrated guide of plants, she muttered to herself, feeling frustrated. Jana approached her. Miss, are you unable to find what you're looking for? She inquired. Rita sighed, her hands on her waist. Yes. I'll have to go to the Royal Library tomorrow, she replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Yes, miss. I will make the preparations, Jana assured her calmly. There's no need for you to go. I have another errand for you, Rita informed Jana, her gaze averting as she spoke. She was worried about Yersha. The next day at the Royal Library, King Charlotte spoke to someone, recounting. Carter, he told me to take care not to catch a cold. He said I wouldn't want to die from pneumonia just like my late father did. He turned to his uncle, a hint of suspicion in his voice. Do you really think Carter is connected to my father's death? He asked. His uncle was burdened with unanswered questions as he shared with the king. The maids responsible for the late king's meals went missing, and any time His Majesty's condition became critical, every physician in the land seemingly became tangled up in some incident and couldn't come, he recounted. There's no doubt this would have been impossible without help from the inside, the young king revealed, his expression serious. How dare he say such a thing to the king's face? What else could it be other than a threat, he thought, his frustration evident as his uncle clenched his fist angrily. A few days ago he even went as far as to propose I marry his niece, the young king revealed, his expression saddening. His uncle bowed down, kneeling before him, and took his hand with both his hands. I will do my best to unearth the truth, Your Majesty. No doubt Marquis Carter's countless misdeeds will have left a trail somewhere, Prince Van Brandt assured King Charlotte. I shall work tirelessly to bring him to his knees. You have my word, he promised earnestly, offering his unwavering support to the young king. In the Royal Library, Rita diligently combed through books and journals seeking answers about the mysterious flower she had taken from Jean's room. As anticipated, it proved to be no ordinary plant. With the weight of her impending role as a guarantor for Jacquard looming over her, Rita knew time was of the essence. Focused and determined, her eyes scanned the pages until she saw it, though not entirely sure about it. Parbibi somniferum, a biennial grass, oval-shaped leaves, upright stems, and spherical fruits, she murmured to herself as she scanned the name in the text. Perplexed, she wondered about its significance. Rita's brow furrowed as she carefully turned the pages, searching for clarity. Her eyes paused as she stumbled upon a detailed description of the plant, and she leaned in to absorb the information, her mind focused solely on deciphering its meaning. Rita's eyes narrowed as she absorbed the unsettling information before her. If one ingests it regularly, they will develop not only an addiction to the plant but also symptoms of lung damage which resemble pneumonia, she read inwardly. A chill ran down her spine as she contemplated the implications. Furthermore, if one should cease ingestion, they may experience sudden shock or even death, Rita read inwardly, her thoughts racing. What a frightening plant, Rita mused silently, her expression tinged with mischief as she considered its ominous properties. I had my suspicions, but who knew it was a drug, she concluded, her mind racing with possibilities. Just then, Prince Brandt descended the stairs leading to the Royal Library. As Prince Brandt descended the stairs, his gaze fell upon Rita, who was deeply engrossed in her reading. Miss Alberhart? Does she enjoy reading? That's unexpected, he pondered silently. Rita was engrossed in the book. She smiled as she stylishly looked up, dumbfounding Prince Brandt. Greeting her might prove awkward. Let's just pretend I didn't see her and turn back, he reasoned silently to himself. Meanwhile, Rita caught sight of the prince as he departed. Prince Van Brandt, she thought as he stepped further away. A sudden realization struck Rita like a bolt of lightning. If I want to file a petition for Jacquard's bail, I have to meet him, she thought, her heart pounding with urgency. With a sense of determination, Rita swiftly rose from her seat and dashed towards Prince Brandt. She quickened her pace to catch up with him as she navigated the hallway, intent on reaching him before he disappeared from sight. Rita, nearly catching up with Prince Brandt, couldn't help but wonder why he was moving so quickly as her breath was uneven. As she called out to him, a smile playing on her lips, she noticed his attention turning towards somewhere. She turned to look at who caught Prince Brant's attention. Lo and behold, they both froze upon the approach of a familiar face, their expressions reflecting a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Proud Carter? Rita thought, her heart sinking as she spotted him right there in the flesh. Sensing the need to avoid him at the moment, she instinctively attempted to conceal herself from both men. Before she could fully execute her plan, someone swiftly materialized behind her. With a sudden movement, the person grabbed her arm and swiftly guided her to a hidden corner, seeking safety from the unexpected encounter. As she turned to see the person. "Sir Blaine?" Rita exclaimed softly as she recognized her rescuer. However, before she could address him further, Blaine placed a finger against his lips, silently urging her to remain quiet. Rita understood the gesture as she acquiesced. "Well, staying quiet isn't too difficult a task, but I'm uncomfortable being this close to him," she thought. Feeling the need to press herself further into the tight hiding spot with Blaine, Rita shifted closer. He pecked her, smiling in response. "Just try to kiss me again and see what happens," Rita thought angrily. Her demeanor changed as she shot him a look that clearly conveyed, "Get away from me." Blaine released his grip on Rita, creating a noticeable distance between them, and chuckled lightly. "Do you know what those two are up to?" she asked quietly. Blaine, equally intrigued, responded in a hushed tone, expressing his own curiosity about the situation as they both observed Proud Carter and Prince Brant from their vantage point. "I can tell just from his expression, that smile can't mean anything good," she thought, her instincts sharp as she caught his grin. As Carter addressed Prince Brant, "It seems the king has already retired for the day. I came hearing you were together, but seeing as you are alone now," he said as Prince Brant maintained a composed demeanor, his expression remained neutral. "Don't make that scary face with me," Proud Carter remarked, his smile persisting even as he addressed Prince Brant. "Anyway, you have a misunderstanding about me," he continued, his tone light but firm. Then, his expression shifted, taking on a more serious demeanor as he imparted his advice to Prince Brant. "His Majesty is still young and very smart. I believe he has much potential," he suggested earnestly, his words carrying a weight of wisdom. Proud Carter's maturity shone through in his composed demeanor and thoughtful words. "I'm looking forward to seeing exactly how far His Majesty will go. Of course, I will do everything in my power to assist His Majesty," Proud Carter expressed. Despite Carter's efforts to engage him, Prince Brant remained silent, his gaze fixed on Carter, observing his smile once more without uttering a word. "I appreciate your dedication," Prince Brant acknowledged, his voice measured as he turned his face away from Proud Carter's gaze. "I hope that your loyalty remains unshakable even in the face of personal gain," he added, his expression stern and unfriendly as he started to walk away, leaving Proud Carter behind. Rita, surprised by the exchange between Prince Brant and Proud Carter, voiced her observation. "Their relationship seems to be not good, or was I wrong?" she pondered aloud. Blaine, with a smirk on his face, responded to Rita's comment with a compliment. "Your eyes are not only beautiful but also very perceptive as well, my lady," he remarked, his tone playful. However, as Blaine's gaze inadvertently shifted to Rita's bosom, he blushed suddenly, realizing his mistake. Rita, noticing Blaine's gaze, reacted swiftly by pushing him away with a firm hand, causing Blaine to laugh in response. "I'm sorry," he apologized, still giggling, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "A gentleman's gaze can't help but be pulled towards beautiful things," he said, trying to lighten the mood. Rita, feeling a bit flushed herself, reassured him with a hint of humor. "Yes, I also wouldn't mind if your lips pulled shut," which elicited another laugh from Blaine. Prince Van Brant and Proud Carter aren't in agreement. What a surprise, Rita mused to herself, contemplating their encounter in the library. As she reflected on their differing perspectives, a thought crossed her mind. If I can persuade him, then perhaps the upstanding prince and I can wrangle Proud Carter once and for all, she thought, considering the lengths some might go to sway others to their side. How should I approach him? Rita asked herself, her expression taking on a sinister edge as she contemplated her next move. Before she could delve further into her thoughts, Blaine's voice broke her reverie. "Lady Verta. You seem to be thinking about something interesting, but I'd be disappointed if you forgot that I'm still here, he remarked softly, expressing his feelings of being left out.
Rita asked Blaine about the rumored strained relationship between Marquis Carter and Prince Brant. Blaine replied that it's hard to say. What would a mere accountant of the royal treasury like him would know? As she stepped closer, Rita attempted to dissuade him from keeping secrets, urging him to answer without evasion. Who knows? Perhaps we could tackle another difficult problem together, like last time, as she suggested to him. She smiled, asking if her abilities were untrustworthy. Puzzled by her remark, Blaine tensed, realizing why there was so much admiration for her. Come closer, he said, beckoning Rita, who complied. He gently held her waist and leaned forward with his eyes closed, while she stood frozen. What on earth are you doing? Rita shouted, pushing Blaine away from her. Blaine smiled gently. Honestly, I'm enjoying this moment a bit, he told her calmly. Two beasts are too busy quarreling with each other to set their sights on the Shade family, he said. If you had to choose one, who would it be? She asked him. I am a simple man, my lady. I am not interested in other men. However, if I must choose, I'll choose the beautiful girl's side, Blaine said casually. You say that without knowing whose side I would take. Rita quipped, her gaze steady. I don't know all the subtle feelings of young ladies. Although you appear as frail as a lamb, I can see the lion hidden within you. Blaine Shade said while touching Rita's ear. You don't care about bad and rotten men, so to capture even a glimmer of your interest, one must ascend beyond the realm of mere villainy, reaching the heights of a beastly adept, all while wielding a subtle touch of cunning, Blaine mused with a hint of satisfaction. Back at the Alberhart's manor, Rita returned wearily. As Jana assisted in undressing her elaborate attire, Rita reminisced about her encounter with Blaine at the royal library. Not uttering a word, Rita remained calm while Jana helped her take off her dress. These clothes are musty. Throw them away, she told Jana, who responded with a frightened yes, miss. Rita turned, her gaze sweeping the room. The guest I requested, have you brought him here yet? She inquired of Jana. Of course, miss. He's here, Jana replied promptly, her tone respectful. You've done well, Jana. Before you leave, could you summon the butler for me? Rita requested with appreciation evident in her voice. I will, miss, Jana said with a smile as she gracefully exited the room. Shortly after, Ian soon appeared before Rita, his expression tinged with remorse. Rita observed him closely, unable to suppress a smile of her own. Seeing how pale he is, it seems like my strategy of ignoring him worked. He's terrified. Usually, the rule is to pick them off one by one, starting with the weakest. But I did the opposite. Rita said to herself while watching Ian. How should I handle you? As she asked him, making Ian feel more scared. As you are aware, I've been to court recently. At court, I learned exactly what a disobedient dog does to its owner when left to its own devices, Rita said to Ian. Since when did the lady who only cried and was pessimistic about her fate change like this? Ian wondered, fixing his gaze slightly to the ground. Even with my sincerest apology, I can hardly begin to hope to receive your forgiveness, miss, he said calmly, not trying to worsen his current state. Apology? Rita asked, looking disgusted. I'm not sure I follow. What value could your apology possibly have? She asked him. I'm sorry, miss, Ian apologized with a bow. If you were truly sorry, you wouldn't have done something to be sorry for in the first place, as she told him with a cold look as she recalled the first moment she shared with Ian and how he took advantage of her naivety. If I had gotten married to Jean Lawrence and gotten tossed between you and all the other men of the world, would you still apologize? Rita asked him with a smirk. I don't believe you would have, she told him. Ian knew that if he got kicked out of the Alberhart's manor, his life would be ruined. He understood that without a referral, he couldn't apply for jobs in other noble houses, and someone who was once close to nobles would become a commoner again. Ian was scared of losing his job. Lord Alberhart will be quite upset if he finds out, he said, his head still fixated low with tension. What's that? I can't seem to hear anything a fired loser says, Rita said flamboyantly. Miss, I beg you to reconsider, Ian said, sounding apologetic. Are you deaf? I said you are fired, Rita told him, disregarding his plea. Miss, Ian screamed loudly. How dare you raise your voice at me? Rita's voice echoed through the room as she sprung up from her seat. With determined strides, she rushed towards Ian, her fingers curling tightly around his shirt, shocking him into silence. Your role was simply to ensure my engagement remained intact. Oh dear, but now my dear fiancé is a jar of ashes. If my relationship with the Lawrence family has ended, so has your usefulness, she said with a smile, stunning Ian into silence. You wouldn't earn my forgiveness even if you were to fall on your knees and beg like a dog. Yet you dare try and intimidate me by invoking my dear father's name no less, Rita asserted firmly, her voice brimming with confidence, before releasing her grip on his shirt. I wonder who they'll throw faster? The only daughter of the Alberhart family or a mere butler? Shall we put it to the test? Rita asked Ian before walking out on him. Ian fell to the ground. Miss Alberhart, he stuttered as he crawled to her, making Rita pause as she observed him. What I did was wrong, so please, I am begging you, Ian pleaded, bowing at Rita's feet. Rita's eyes opened wide as she watched Ian kiss her feet. I only did it because of my affection for you, miss. How else could a mere butler like me express my love for you? I couldn't see any other way. That's why. Ian began to explain before Rita forcefully pushed him onto his back, using her feet against his chest. Ian cried out in pain, caught off guard by her swift action. You did it because you loved me? Rita asked Ian. It was the only way because of our difference in class, Ian responded. Are you right in the head? Rita asked Ian, wearing a devilish smile causing him to flinch. If you truly loved me, you should have come straight to me when you realized exactly what sort of son of a bitch my fiancé was. When he suggested making me his harlot, you should have spit in his damn face and refused such a disgusting proposal. She seethed, wearing a hateful look, scaring Ian even more. Ian sobbed as he said, I was desperate, miss. Suitors from much nobler backgrounds flocked to you in droves, so how could I refuse that offer? Rita stepped hard on his chest, causing Ian to cry out in pain. Don't make excuses. Rita shouted at him. Miss, Ian stuttered, forgive my ignorance. Please just allow me to be by your side, he pleaded, his hands clasped together. You'd really do anything? Rita asked him with an uninterested look. Yes, miss, definitely. I'll do anything, Ian said, begging her. Very well, Rita said, grabbing his hair. At the very least, I shouldn't deny you your opportunity to prove your loyalty to your master, Rita said with a wicked smile, holding Ian's hair, drawing nearer to his face. Please just tell me what to do, miss. What shall I do first? Ian said, pleading for Rita to give him a chance. Go collect your severance from Jana. Then, depart for Tatum immediately, Rita told him with a superior tone. Miss? Ian asked, almost not believing his ears. Go there and check how my parents are doing, then transmit the message to me. Without missing anything, Rita ordered, still holding his hair. Rita thought it's awfully strange. No matter how busy business might be, to neglect their one and only daughter like this, they're definitely hiding something. Is it really just that, and I will be forgiven by you? Ian asked her, almost excitedly. That's right. I will write a letter. Make sure to deliver it to my parents, Rita told him, her tone now less harsh. I swear to deliver it, miss, and I will return with news of the lord and mistress, Ian told Rita, but she watched him sternly. Good, then go right now, she told him, releasing his hair from her grasp. Thank you for giving me a second chance, miss. Ian said upon reaching the door. I promise I will not let you down, he told her, assuring her with a smile as he left. In Rita's room, Yersha stood dressed like a butler as Rita turned to him. Is this enough, Yersha? Rita asked her, showing Yersha a lock of Ian's hair. Yes. A single hair is all I need to cast a spell, Yersha told Rita. I'd be a fool if I took a dog who tried to bite his owner and sent him off without a leash. It only makes sense to have a small safeguard, Rita thought. Picking the strand of hair from Rita, Yersha told her that shortly Ian's whole body would show some symptoms, including rash, cough, fever. All symptoms of a desert disease. Yersha held up the hair in his hand as he cast the spell on it. In order to ensure he completes the task, his symptoms will improve the closer he comes to Tatum. But if he escapes elsewhere, then the disease will become serious and definitely kill him, Yersha said loudly. That's well and all. But now that you've become Verta's new butler, your name might draw some unwanted attention, Rita said to Yersha. We went through all the trouble to get you here. It would be a shame if your name was what gave us up, Rita said. I suppose an alias would be useful for hiding my identity. That name is no different from the real name, so replacing it with Yen may sound better, Yersha told Rita, to which Rita smiled. Very well, Yen. From now on, I'm counting on you, Rita exclaimed happily. 2 weeks later at the royal palace, Prince Brant sat in his office going through a document. He felt dizzy while glancing at the document. Resting his head on his chair, he sighed tiredly. Something caught his eye outside his office. Walking to check what it was, he saw Rita gardening. Rita wiped her head with the back of her palm. Lady Verta, Prince Brant said upon seeing her. He recalled being informed about Rita's volunteering in the facilities for the past 2 weeks now. Even though she is a noble lady, not only does she pull weeds, wash the hospital bedsheets, and scrub the floor, or just come to play with young patients in the wards, Hans the groundkeeper informed him that morning. She is quite hardworking. I didn't expect her to be such an earnest lady, Prince Brant said softly, watching her work. Rita, who was working, felt a gaze as she looked up to see the prince. It's about time, she thought, catching a glimpse of Prince Brant watching her from his window. I've been slaving away in this godforsaken hospital for the past 2 weeks just to get a chance to meet that cheapskate, Rita thought, her face looking sour. Time for action, she said inwardly. Still watching Rita, Prince Brant said nothing. Rita got up gently, dusting herself as she wobbled. About to take the next step, she slumped to the ground. Lady Verta, Prince Brant screamed, calling her name. Rita fell to the ground, pretending to have fainted. He saw that, right? There's no way he didn't. I purposely wore a bright yellow dress. If Prince Van Brant doesn't come, then I suppose Hans will. If he doesn't, I'll be peeved. I gave him all those bribes after all, Rita thought, with one of her eyes slightly open, observing him. Lady Verta, Prince Brant called out, running towards Rita. He panted as he got to her. My lady. Are you all right? As he asked, kneeling down next to her. Hurry, pick me up, you fool, she thought, feeling his presence. About to touch her, Prince Brant stopped. He got up, pulling his shirt. He wrapped Rita before carrying her. Clearly there is no one around. What's with this unrelenting chivalry? She thought with her eyes closed, still pretending to have fainted. The heat must have gotten to her while pulling weeds. She should rest on one of the hospital beds, Prince Brant thought, carrying Rita towards the building. Inside the building, Prince Brant climbed the stairs gently, carrying Rita. He turned to observe her closely, his eyes wandering as he noticed her burly bosom. This is my first time being so close to a woman, he said to himself, blushing. Any time I see a goody two-shoes, I can't help but want to play around with him, she thought gently. Rita slowly opened her eyes, peeking at him. Shall I tease him a little? She thought. Rita exclaimed softly as she pressed her bosom against him. Lady Verta, he called out, his cheeks still tinged with a blush, pulling her closer to himself, his embrace tightening as he sought comfort in her presence amidst the swirling emotions. Prince Brant looked away as Rita opened her eyes softly. Lady Verta, can you hear me? He called out to her. Ah, Prince Van Brant, she said softly, falling back asleep, pretending to have fainted. Please get a hold of yourself, he said. He's just itching to put me down, isn't he? Rita thought, still pretending. Did I pass out? I'm really sorry. Please let me down, she said softly to him. Prince Brant gently placed her down. Rita wobbled, trying to gain her balance before falling forward as if she had lost her balance, but Prince Brant hurriedly held his arm out to stop her. She pressed her burly chest hard against his arm, making him flush. "It's just acting. What a dummy," Rita thought, unable to suppress a smirk. She shouted as the prince forcefully shoved her away. How could he act like that to a sick person? Doesn't he feel any guilt? "Look at me," Rita mused, incredulous at his callous behavior as Prince Brant still held on to her. "I am so sorry, I have to go now. It's really urgent." "Excuse me," Prince Brant told her before walking out on her. "What's with him? He's a grown man, isn't he?" Rita thought with a shocked look. It couldn't be. Is he a virgin? I didn't even get a chance to speak with him about Marquis Carter. Rita thought, flinching a bit as she looked shocked. Back at his office, Prince Brant kept writing when a knock came on his door. Rita was led in by a guard. "Lady Verta." Prince Van Brant called out, looking perplexed at her visit. "Hello, Your Highness," she said, bowing respectfully while smiling. Now seated facing each other, a tense silence settled between them. Rita broke the quietude. "I must apologize for yesterday. I am here to help others, yet instead, I became a burden when I should have been cautious," Rita said, picking up her cup of tea. "Of course you became angry with me," she told him. "Not at all. Rather, please forgive my lack of attentiveness. Are you feeling better?" he asked Rita. "Yes. The sunlight was so strong yesterday. It must have made me faint," she told him, her hand against her mouth as she smiled. "Would you like to be examined by one of our doctors? A specialist from the north happens to be here. I shall summon him immediately," he said, offering to assist Rita. "A specialist from the north. That means their skill level is higher than those of Oslands's quack physicians. I can't have them find out I was faking it," she thought, feeling a bit tense as she let out a faint smile. "No, thank you. I'm really fine. More importantly," she said, holding her cup. "Actually, that time when I visited the Royal Library, I happened to see His Highness the Grand Duke there," Rita said, stunning Prince Brant. "At the Royal Library?" he asked her. "Yes, I was about to leave when I saw you and wanted to say hello, but it seemed like you were in the middle of a quarrel with your companion," she told him. Prince Brant remembered Proud Carter's words, briefly recalling their conversations. The administrative and the judicial branches are two different institutions. Differences of opinions occasionally occur. It is nothing of concern. Marquis Carter and I hold no ill will towards each other," Prince Brant told Rita as she just looked at him smiling. "Is that so?" "Personally, I do," Rita remarked, taking a delicate sip of her tea. "Quite a lot, I might add," she continued, dropping her teacup. "Pardon?" he inquired with a straight face. "Why do you think I testified against my fiancée, Jean Lawrence?" she told him, stunning him in the process. "Her parents aren't even in the country, poor girl," he thought as he reminisced about her smile on that day in court. "I hated him so much, and it wasn't just because he beat me," she said, trembling as she clenched her fists hard. "Is there another reason?" Prince Brant asked Rita. "I believe Jim Lawrence, my fiancé, was secretly producing opiates surreptitiously. He intended to make me his accomplice," Rita told him, revealing a deep secret. "Opiates, you say?" he asked her, shocked. To him, I was a means to bring Count Alberhart into his operation, as well as a scapegoat to share his crimes. This is the plant I found and secretly took out of Jean's room. It is called Parbibi somniferum," Rita stated, placing the plant on the table as evidence. "I am well aware it is considered a felony in Osland to produce or distribute opiates," she continued, observing Prince Brant's pensive expression as his hand grazed his lips in contemplation. "My father most likely had no idea. Otherwise, he never would have agreed to the engagement," Rita revealed, her voice tinged with sadness. She covered her face briefly, the weight of her words settling heavily upon her, before slowly uncovering her face, revealing the conflict and vulnerability in her expression. "Unless they are fools, I doubt they will be distributing the opiates domestically. Selling abroad would both be safer and more difficult to trace," Rita remarked, her tone laced with concern and a hint of strategic analysis. Hence, my family's trading rights were advantageous, and if anything were to go wrong, they would have pinned the blame on us, Rita explained, her voice carrying a weight of frustration and realization. As she glanced at the prince, she couldn't help but wonder, Jean Lawrence plotted to use and destroy my family. That should be more than enough to convince the prince, right? I don't think all of this was planned by Jean Lawrence alone, she continued, her tone sharpening with suspicion. Behind Jean is definitely Marquis Carter, Rita declared with disdain, punctuating her statement with a furious strike against the table. Although Jean Lawrence is dead, Marquis Carter certainly wouldn't leave our family alone without a fight. Since my father is busy doing business with foreign countries, so he couldn't catch up with the situation here at home, Rita explained, her tone grave with concern. As the only daughter and heir of the Alberhart's family, it's my responsibility to save my family from this imminent danger, she declared, her sense of duty evident in her words. But as your grace is well aware, I'm simply a noblewoman, Rita continued, her hand hovering over the opiate plant, a symbol of the perilous situation they faced. So, despite my shame, I came here to ask for your help, Rita admitted to him, her voice tinged with vulnerability yet resolute in her plea. Thank you for informing me. I will consider carefully what you've told me today. Also, Prince Brant said before picking up the plant from the table. He took a good look at it. I will try to further investigate this plant, he assured her, his tone reflecting his commitment to assisting her. A few days later at the Alberhart mansion, there was a guest at the Alberhart's manor. Welcome Prince Brant, Rita said, smiling. Lady Verta, he said casually, his fist clenching hard. I thought it'd be best to speak with you face to face, he told her. After they were seated, Prince Brant was speechless, his face looking sad, bowing his head slightly and looking at the floor. This can't be good, Rita thought to herself. After further investigation, he began, breaking the short silence. I found this matter is far more dangerous and graver than even you might have guessed, my lady. I'm afraid I have no choice. I cannot involve a frail noblewoman such as yourself in this, Lady Verta. I'm really sorry, he told Rita, leaving her speechless, her eyes widening with disappointment. So, he wants me to sit pretty and wait? Don't make me laugh. She thought, frowning slightly. I see. So, the cutting I gave you must have not been much help. I should have known that alone would not condemn Marquis Carter. His right-hand man, Jean, is dead after all. If he feigns innocence, then that's it, she told him, her hand against her lips. That's not what I meant, Prince Brant said almost immediately. I really respected the lady's knowledge and the way you realized the problem, but this time it was really too dangerous for you, my lady, he said, warning her. I get it. I understand your highness's decision, Rita told him, looking a bit sad. Because up until now I still hadn't shown my ability to you. How could I expect you to trust me? Rita asked him with a straight look. You misunderstand the issue, Lady Verta. It wasn't that you lacked ability. It was because I wanted to protect you, Prince Brant told her as Rita pondered on what he was saying. Protection? You protect me? What makes you think you can? Rita thought, not looking impressed. I respect His Highness's decision. However, although I cannot be directly involved, may I at least request an equivalent exchange of information, Your Highness? Rita asked him, silencing him as he looked at her with keen eyes. After all, you are an honest man who abides by truth and honor, Rita said to him, making him pause as he recalled his meeting with a doctor a few days ago. People who continued to use this herb may have developed an intense addiction. Their lungs would gradually fail and cause pneumonia symptoms, the doctor told Prince Brant. Are you certain? He asked, surprised by this information. Yes, Your Highness. In addition, discontinuation may have resulted in death due to shock, he told him. The previous emperor, now deceased, was once so strong that he went hunting twice a week. Pneumonia would not have been enough to kill him, Prince Brant told the doctor quietly as his reminiscence came to an end. For the sake of protecting the safety of my family, I am very determined for this case. If Your Grace would like me to step back, Your Highness must give me a convincing reason to do so, Rita told him boldly. Wouldn't you agree that much is fair, Prince Brant? Rita asked him, not wavering. Pausing for a while, Prince Brant told her the healthy emperor had passed away. The maids, who were responsible for his meal, either died suddenly or went missing, he said. Rita was stunned by this information. It couldn't be? She thought, looking startled. After his death, I suspected Marquis Carter, but for over a year, I failed to find any evidence. But suddenly, new evidence came to light. Prince Brant told Rita, his arms resting on his laps. That evidence, could it be the cutting I gave you? Rita asked him, to which he quickly affirmed. Poisoning the king, proud Carter, you're worse than I thought. You've gotten quite cocky, Rita thought, puzzled at the length he was willing to go. In addition, due to the loss of his assistant Jean Lawrence, I heard the Marquis is looking for a new associate, he informed Rita. And who might that be? She inquired curiously. Baron Nathan Hector is the most promising candidate, he told her. Nathan Hector? I don't think I know that name. Although it's been 10 years since I last lived within the aristocratic world. He must be from quite an insignificant family, seeing as how I can't remember the name at all, Rita thought. Marquis Carter had an older sister. 10 years ago, because of her defeat in the inheritance battle, she was married to Marquis Amber, becoming the Marquis's wife. Prince Brant revealed to her. I see, Rita said. But what is the relationship between her and Marquis Hector? She asked him. Marquis Amber has 2 daughters. One daughter by Marquis Carter's sister and one by his ex-wife. The latter's name is Rosalie Amber, Prince Brant told Rita. Rosalie is probably about your age, he said, pointing to Rita. The daughter has received a marriage proposal from Baron Hector. Right? Rita asked him, deliberating on the news. You are as perceptive as ever, Prince Brant told Rita. Yes, Baron Hector presently wields little power. Many believe he was lucky enough to win favor with Rosalie Amber, but that he is unworthy of her, he informed Rita. Of course, it's much more advantageous for him to be Marquis Amber's son-in-law than a baron, Rita thought. After all, he could end up as a marquis himself. Nathan Hector, Marquis Carter's right hand, I'll have to remember him, she thought. Then I suppose one would have to get close to Rosalie Amber to get close to Baron Hector, right? Rita asked Prince Brant, to which he confirmed that's right. Thank you, Prince Brant, Rita told him with a smile. So, you think this is too dangerous for me? Just you wait and see. Watch exactly how far I go, she thought with a cold smile. Not long after, Rita had tea with Blaine and Julie Shade at their manor. Rosalie Amber? Rita said, asking about her. I have met her once. How shall I say this? Just your average daughter of a noble family? Julie said awkwardly, shaking her head as she raised her teacup. She was kind. It almost felt like she was trapped within others' expectations of her, Julie said, revealing Rosalie Amber's personality. It seemed like she's learnt nothing after being rejected by the royal guard, Rita thought as she watched Julie converse nonchalantly. Rosalie Amber didn't seem eager to conquer new things, Julie said with a sigh. Why is Lady Verta so interested in the Amber's daughter all of a sudden? Blaine Shade asked, beaming with a smile. It's because I saw people around say that she was a gentle lady, so I wanted to make friends, Rita remarked with a smile, replying to Blaine. What? Rosalie Amber? Kind? Julie shouted, banging the table in surprise. The way I see it, that girl got a savior complex. Forget friends. She's far too busy giving away her liver and gallbladder to low-life commoners to even have time to make friends, Julie told Rita. Really? It seemed like she was a lady who loved doing charity work, Rita said. I heard she practically lives at St. Mary's. So, don't bother with her, Rosalie is just a holier-than-thou hypocrite. Utterly enamored with herself, Julie whispered to Rita, her words dripping with disdain. Seeing how worked up Julie is getting, she really must be a kind woman, Rita thought. I heard that Rosalie Amber recently had a fiancé, Blaine said, cutting Rita's thought. However, he was just someone from a lowly family. But the rumor said that he was a handsome, manly man who was quite talented, he told Rita calmly. Geez, she thought with a smile. Such a quick-witted man, she thought as Blaine smiled back at her. Rita observed Blaine's facial expression with a faint smile, thinking, such a quick-witted man. He saw right through me as soon as I brought up the subject of Rosalie Amber. I can only imagine how many girls have gone and ruined their lives enchanted by that face. Meanwhile, Julie banged the table, expressing her anger. So, what if he's handsome? You said he's from a modest household. He's most likely just another scoundrel trying to use his good looks in order to mooch off his fiancée, she remarked. Blaine addressed Julie, his sister. It's a bad habit to just look and judge others by their appearance. After all, you took one look at proud Carter and fell for him, remember? Albeit it was one-sided. Rita held her mouth in shock upon hearing his words. What? Julie fancied proud Carter? She thought. Julie reacted harshly, getting up from her seat with a red face. Brother. It's because at that time I was just a kid who knew nothing of the world. That is certainly not the case anymore, she said, before storming away from their tea party in anger. Blaine laughed at Julie's reaction. My dear little sister has stormed off to sulk, he remarked. You've come all this way to visit us. Would you at least like to see the gardens before you go? Blaine suggested, to which Rita agreed. Back at the garden, as they strolled arm in arm, Blaine asked Rita, Your parents have been abroad for much longer than expected. They are currently in Tatum, am I correct? Yes, it's been over 2 years, Rita said sadly. To my understanding, they are amidst negotiations for local spices and cotton fabric, but it is taking far too long, she continued. Rita reflected on the letters Verta's parents had sent her. Based on their letters, it's been at least 2 years since Verta's parents lost all affection for their only daughter. It was wise to send Ian to Tatum instead of killing him. Blaine observed Rita's expression. Judging by the look in her eyes, she's already taken care of the matter, he thought as her looks reflected her inner turmoil. Well, that's enough heavy conversation for today, Blaine said politely. Shall we rest for a moment? He asked. Blaine pointed out, this is just the right time to see migratory birds. They will stay here for a while, then when autumn comes, they will leave for Tatum in anticipation of the winter. Look, there's one now. See? It is a beautiful color. As Blaine pointed to some birds flying, Rita turned to look but couldn't see anything. I can't see very well. Where? Rita was asking as Blaine tripped Rita's back heel, causing her to lose balance and fell backward onto him. Rita landed on top of Blaine's leg, eliciting a scream from him as she turned to face him, placing her hand on him. Oh my, how clumsy of me. Are you all right? She asked him. Luckily, it seems like nothing was broken, okay, he told her. Rita stuttered a bit, short of words before saying, You are pretty handsome. Don't tell me you only just realized this? He asked her, fixing his eyes on Rita's bosom. If we continue like this, he thought, trying to compose himself, blushingly. If you don't mind, my lady. That is, unless you plan on rewarding this sorry chap who broke your fall with a kiss. He asked flirtatiously. What kind of reason is that? Rita thought with a frown. Wait, there's no reason not to do it. Plus, no one is around, she thought to herself, unsure of what to do. Rita gently placed her hands on Blaine's shoulder. She slowly leaned forward closer to his face before kissing and licking his lips. Rita held his face as she caught his red face. She grinned before planting a kiss on Blaine's lips. They both let out moans. This will be dangerous if we continue, Blaine thought as he kissed Rita. Abruptly, he stopped kissing her, drawing her away from him. If you continue to thank me in such a manner, I wouldn't mind even if you used me as a sofa. My lady, he said, his face red. Is he drawing a line for today? After only dealing with handsy idiots for so long, this isn't a terrible change of pace, Rita thought before getting up lightly. Blaine got up as well, dusting dirt off himself. No need to escort me out. Thank you very much for today, she told him with a smile. It's always nice to see handsome men fretting so much. Love is fine and all, but only being with one person sounds boring. I would be content with this much, she thought as she walked away from Blaine. Rita's carriage soon arrived at a building. Her gaze was fixed out of the window. "We've arrived, miss. Would you like me to open the carriage door?" the coachman asked suddenly, startling her. How can a person have such an absolute lack of presence? Is he even human? She thought with a frown as the door creaked open as she stepped out of her carriage. Rita observed the man closely. Even though I've seen his face many times, if he were to turn around, I wouldn't be able to recall a single one of his features, she thought. Wait, I have a brilliant idea, Rita thought with a smirk. John, while I'm doing charity work, you must be bored waiting outside, right? Rita said, revealing the man's name. No, not even a little bit. It's my responsibility, John told Rita. About to utter more words, he suddenly observed Rita glaring at him with a straight face. Yes, what the lady said is absolutely right. It's very boring, John said, looking startled. While you're waiting for me here at the entrance, keep a close eye and ear out for any suspicious-looking characters. Do you understand? Rita asked him. Of course, miss, John said with a slight bow, his tone respectful and attentive. Rita offered a faint smile in response, her demeanor composed yet warm. Enjoy your time, she said to him before turning and setting off towards the building, her steps purposeful and graceful. Upon entering the building, Rita is welcomed by a nun. They sit facing each other. The nun explains that the facility was founded to house unwed mothers and other women with nowhere else to go. She mentions that Rita's sizable donation will be used to continue supporting these women. Rita listens blankly until someone interrupts, prompting her to pay attention. Pardon, it is Rosalie Amber. May I come in? Rosalie says from outside the room. Come in, replies the nun. So we finally meet, Rosalie Amber, Rita thinks as she awaits her entry. Rosalie enters the room, walking confidently, the sound of her heels echoing. She stands still, head slightly bowed, hands clasped. Rita notes that she seems quite prickly at first glance. Lady Verta, it has been so long. We met once, 3 years ago at Duke Shade's estate, but it was so long ago that I wouldn't blame you if you didn't remember. I am delighted we have become reacquainted through volunteer work, Rosalie says with a faint smile. A true pleasure, Lady Rosalie, Rita says, smiling. May I ask if my initial countenance appeared distant? Rosalie Amber asks, pausing briefly. On frequent occasion, people mistake my expression for one of displeasure, she adds, her face calm. She's much more sensitive than she looks, Rita thinks, observing Rosalie more closely. Ah, I see. Not to worry. I thought no such thing, Lady Rosalie, Rita reassures her. Please, just call me Rosalie. May I call you Verta? Rosalie asks. Of course, Rita replies, smiling softly. Inside the building, Rita and Rosalie walk gently as Rita explores, noticing children playing. They climb a staircase with Rosalie leading the way, their steps making a gentle noise. Perhaps it is because I inquire about work for them or act as their nurse, Rosalie speculates. But many residents tell me I feel like their daughter or close sister, Rosalie tells Rita as they climb the stairs. Ah, enough of this. Girls like this irritate me to no end, Rita thinks with a brief smile. She immediately fixes her glance on something on the ground floor, pausing her walk and grinning slightly. Lady Rosalie, do you really care so much about what others say about you? Rita asks, leaning on the stair rail. Pardon? Rosalie asks, turning to face her. What are you implying? She inquires, confused by Rita's question. Typically, people don't say, others tell me. They say things like I think or my opinion on the matter is. Don't you agree? Rita says, smiling. If you doubt my honesty, you can ask the residents, Rosalie Amber says, clasping her hands together. Oh my, did it seem as if I was accusing you of dishonesty, Rosalie? You misunderstand me. I only meant to commend you for your attentiveness to others, Rita tells her, grabbing her hands and stunning Rosalie Amber. Lady Verta, Rosalie Amber says with a smile, I myself do not care to concern myself with others' opinions of me, you see, she says, calmly freeing her hand from Rita's grasp. We are granted just one life. Why should we live it caring what others think of us? Rita said, smiling cheerfully. Why is she saying these things? Does she dislike me perhaps? Rosalie wonders, feeling tense as she looks at Rita's smile. I believe listening to others is a necessary trait, and it can bring its own rewards, Rosalie says, wobbling a bit. Is that so? Such as? Rita asks her, sounding skeptical. One can only know what another wants by listening to their words carefully, Rosalie tells her. Sometimes, one can make another person happy just by listening. Everyone likes a good listener, she adds. Indeed, Rita agrees. But if one is liked simply because they listen, Rita says, clenching Rosalie Amber's hand tightly, how would one be any different from a dog? She whispers into Rosalie's ear. Rosalie goes cold, her expression turning to one of fear. Still gripping her hand, Rita can feel her trembling. If I push any farther, she'll surely break, Rita thinks, observing her calmly. I have yet to meet all the residents, but it seems as though everyone likes you very much, Rita says, releasing her grip on Rosalie's arm but still holding her hand. I hope I too can one day become a good person, just like you, Lady Rosalie, she adds, squeezing her hand lightly. I look forward to it, Verta, Rosalie Amber says softly, her gaze fixed on the floor. As soon as I meet her fiancé, my business here is finished, Rita thinks with a grin. I wonder how she would react if her fiancé was stolen away from her. No doubt she'd cry her eyes out like an idiot, she thought with a grin. 2 weeks later, in the charity building, Rosalie Amber is with a pregnant lady, helping her try on some clothes. Margot, you don't do well in the heat, yes? Rosalie says, showing her a lightweight dress. You are an absolute angel, Miss Rosalie. You even got me summer clothing, Margot exclaims, clasping her hands together in gratitude. It's no problem, Rosalie replies with a smile. Nearby, Rita stands with her back to them, listening to the conversation. She turns to get a better look at Margot. Margot, Rita thinks, recognizing her. The one whose pimp ran away with her money when she became pregnant. But I must apologize, Miss Rosalie. I'm afraid that when I wear rough fabrics like linen during the summer, my delicate complexion breaks out in rashes, Margot says with a sigh, resting her head on her arm. My, the nerve on that one, Margot thought. Oh my, forgive me, Margot, how thoughtless of me. I had it made with linen simply on the boutique's recommendation. Forgive me. What sort of fabrics can you wear? Rosalie Amber apologizes, making Margot smile as she watches her beg. Something like what you are wearing, Margot starts to say, wearing a wide smile, but Rita suddenly steps into their midst. Rosalie, for people like Margot with weak complexions, it is usually recommended they continue wearing the clothes they have, rather than new clothes, she says, causing Rosalie Amber to smile. Ah, is that so? Rosalie Amber asks, breathing a sigh of relief. How interesting, Margot. You say linen makes you break out, but that cheap, coarse russet seems to suit you just fine, she adds, glancing at Margot's tummy. How does she know what commoner clothes are made of? Nothing has been going right ever since this bitch showed up, Margot thinks, anger building up inside her as she looks at Rita with disdain. Look at that glower. This is going to be quite entertaining. I'll have fun crushing her under my heel, Rita thought, watching Margot calmly. Outside the building, John sat on the grass, drinking from a bottle and taking shade under a tree. He noticed Margot running towards his direction but on a different path. There she goes again. It's been nearly 2 weeks now, he thought, observing her daily routine. Those fucking bitches, Margot muttered, kicking a tree angrily. If only this were the outside world, I'd take them into the back alley and just... She kicked the tree some more. I want to slash their pretty little mugs, she said aloud, her anger palpable. What an angry woman, John thought, still observing her from behind a bush. Looking down on me just because I'm in this position, that good-for-nothing Alberhart bitch, Margot shouted, still kicking the tree. John paused his nap, watching her with more interest. Just you wait too, Rosalie. You'll be sniveling and groveling at my feet soon enough, she added angrily. A few days later at the Alberhart castle, Rita lay on her chair as 2 maids, Jana and Sonna, massaged her. You seem to be in a lovely mood today, miss, Jana said, massaging Rita's shoulder. Indeed, Rita replied. John informed me of some very interesting news, she said, enjoying the massage. She observed the second maid, Sana, who was massaging her leg. She's even more skilled at massaging than Jana. Should I make her my other personal maid? Rita thought. No, this one's a gossip, Rita thought, observing Sana's eyes. Miss, you have recently become close with Marquis Amber's daughter, have you not? Sana asked calmly. Yes, we volunteer at the same facility. Why do you ask? Rita asked, replying her. Well, I saw Miss Amber in front of the jewelers not too long ago, Sana revealed. Oh. Well, I suppose she was shopping, Rita said, pretending to be absent-minded about the gossip. No, miss, it seemed like she and her fiancé were there for a ring fitting. Perhaps it was simply a matter of differing opinions, but I witnessed them quarreling, Sana disclosed. Is that so? Rita asked, her eyes beaming with joy. Sana divulged more details to Rita, describing the man's anger and Miss Rosalie's flustered attempts to calm him. My, I simply don't understand it, Rita exclaimed, feigning shock as she covered her mouth with her hand. What could possibly drive a man to make such a public scene? You are loath to take a shabby wedding present from me, is that it? My reputation be damned. All you do is clean up after bar wenches, is what I heard, Sana interjected, rising from her seat, her eyes glistening with emotion. So he's an imbecile with an inferiority complex, Rita mused silently. Thank you, Sana, she said aloud, you deserve an allowance. Take the day off in the city with Jana tomorrow, she instructed, causing Sana to flinch slightly. Sana beamed with delight at Rita's command. Thank you, miss, Jana chimed in. A few days later, Rita found herself at the charity building where Rosalie Amber worked, desperately searching for her. Where in the world is Rosalie? I can't find her anywhere, she thought aloud as she wandered the halls. Eventually, she reached the study, the only place left unexplored. The study. This is the only place left, she muttered softly as she approached its entrance. Rita pushed the office door open gently, her heart beating a little faster. Stepping inside, her footsteps echoed with a slight creak on the wooden floor. She paused, her eyes falling upon a figure reclined on the sofa. Rosalie? She called out softly, moving closer until she recognized the familiar features. Prins van Brandt. Rita exclaimed in disbelief, seeing him peacefully asleep on the sofa. Has he come to check on the facility? She wondered, watching him sleep with a mixture of curiosity and surprise. Rita leaned forward, studying him intently. He has a beautiful physique, she remarked to herself, her gaze lingering on him. As Prince Brandt slept soundly, Rita noticed his hand beginning to quiver, his face contorting with discomfort as he seemed to be caught in the grips of a nightmare. Ugh, he muttered softly, turning his flushed face away. Perhaps he's having a nightmare? Rita speculated, feeling a pang of sympathy for him. She leaned in closer, reaching out gently to wake him. Prince Van Brandt, please wake up, she urged softly, her voice filled with concern. Are you all right, Your Highness? Rita questioned, her voice filled with concern, but Prince Van Brandt only made more noise as he tossed on the sofa, caught in the throes of his nightmare. Your Highness? Prince Van Brandt, please. Wake up, Rita implored, shaking his hand gently in an attempt to rouse him. But as she called his name again, his hand suddenly shot out, grabbing her from behind and pulling her towards him, leaving Rita stunned and unable to free herself. She lay on his chest, her heart racing with surprise. As Rita struggled to comprehend the situation, she glanced towards the windows, noticing the stifling heat in the room. Prince Van Brandt, if you continue to sleep here, you will overheat, she warned, still shaking him in an attempt to wake him. But Rita's concern deepened as she felt the heat emanating from his body. His temperature is much too high, she thought, her perplexed expression betraying her worry. Prins van Brandt, she exclaimed suddenly, her voice now tinged with anxiety. In an instant, the scene shifted to Prince Brandt's dream. There was blood everywhere, and the sound of a man coughing echoed through the room. Prince Brandt knelt before the king, who lay on his deathbed, a scene that sent a chill down his spine. Van, my sweet younger brother, the king muttered, his voice filled with sorrow. Brother, Prince Brandt whispered, holding his brother's hand tightly, his heart heavy with emotion. As the king began coughing violently, Prince Brant watched helplessly, unsure of what to do. "I'm so sorry," he said softly, his own grief evident in his voice, as the coughing subsided momentarily. "Please, my son, please protect him," the king pleaded before his hand fell limply, signaling his passing. "Doctor! Call the doctor!" Prince Brant shouted urgently, his heart pounding with panic as he called for assistance. Chills ran down his spine as darkness seemed to surround him, hands emerging from the shadows and clawing their way towards him. Suddenly, a dark arm seized his head, dragging him towards a pit where more hands awaited. Desperately reaching out for help, Prince Brant's hand found a golden rope appearing out of nowhere. With a firm grip, he held onto it tightly, feeling a surge of relief as it saved him from the fall, illuminating the darkness and dispelling the shadows. As he clung to the strange rope, Prince Brant marveled at his miraculous rescue. "What a lovely smell," he remarked, his senses heightened by the surreal experience. Back in the study, Prince Brant slowly opened his eyes, gradually awakening from his haunting dream. "Lady Verta?" Prince Brant murmured softly, his eyes focusing on her face near his. Another dream, he thought to himself, but then he realized she was still there, observing him quietly. "Lady Verta," he said, his grip tightening on her head as he pulled her closer to him in a sudden movement. "To visit a man's dreams so frequently is quite unreasonable," he chided gently, his tone betraying a mixture of confusion and curiosity. As Prince Brant closed his eyes, he felt a warmth enveloping him. So warm, he thought, his mind still clouded with the remnants of his dream. "You were very lucky, Your Highness," his butler interjected, offering him a cup of water. "A moment longer, and you would have been experiencing symptoms of dehydration." "Yes, indeed, it seems I was quite tired," Prince Brant acknowledged, reaching out his hand to accept the cup. "Yes, Your Highness. If it hadn't been for Miss Alberhart, who knows what may have happened," the butler continued, causing Prince Brant to gasp as he suddenly remembered his encounter with Rita earlier on. "Your Highness, do you not remember? The person who discovered you was Miss Alberhart," the butler reminded him. Prince Brant went silent, his face turning red with embarrassment. So it wasn't a dream, he thought, feeling flushed with realization. Rita descended the staircase of the Charity Foundation gracefully, her eyes scanning her surroundings. She noticed Margot approaching and couldn't help but express her surprise. "Oh my! Margot, is that you?" she exclaimed, leaning forward to observe her, stunning Margot in the process. "What a coincidence running into you here," Rita remarked, her tone warm as she greeted Margot, who responded softly, acknowledging her as Miss Verta. However, Margot quickly turned to leave, seemingly uncomfortable. "Margot, you look different today," Rita remarked casually, causing Margot to pause, her expression tense. "Really? Strange, I do not feel any different," Margot responded, her shyness evident as Rita's gaze fell upon her hairpin. Rita maintained her observant demeanor, noting the expensive-looking pin adorning Margot's hair. Where did a pauper like her manage to get an expensive pin like that? Rita pondered silently, recognizing it as a gift from Rosalie Amber. She couldn't help but smile mischievously, finding Margot's attempt to conceal its origins amusing. How obvious, Rita thought to herself, her smile widening as she complimented the pin. "What a pretty pin. It's so elegant yet adorable," she remarked, her tone genuine. "It was a gift from Miss Rosalie. She's not like the other nobles. She's like an angel," Margot said proudly, subtly stating that she didn't steal the pin, and then proceeded to praise Rosalie while indirectly criticizing other nobles. How clever, Rita thought to herself, amused by Margot's tactics. Yes, Rosalie is indeed very sweet. But, it's a shame her taste cannot keep up with her kind intentions, Rita remarked, causing Margot to freeze momentarily as she wondered about the meaning behind her words. "A bright red pin on green hair, you look just like a carrot," Rita added awkwardly, mocking Margot. "This damn witch," Margot thought, gritting her teeth in anger. Margot felt a surge of anger rise within her, but she suppressed it, knowing she needed to play along. Just a little more, Rita thought with a smirk, sensing she was close to getting under Margot's skin. "By the way, Margot, you used to live on 43rd Street, did you not?" Rita continued, shifting the conversation. I heard a woman who lives there now is getting married. Do you know Lena? She asked casually. Margot's anger flared at the mention of Lena, but she forced a smile to conceal her true feelings. Lena? That two-faced bitch is getting married? She thought angrily, but outwardly maintained her composure, pretending not to be bothered. Unfortunately, I don't think I've ever made her acquaintance, Margot replied, dodging the question about Lena. Really? I thought she was famous. Her and her husband share a love story for the ages. A man without even a decent job won Lena's hand by paying an enormous amount of money. Coins as shiny and golden as his hair, Rita said, stunning Margot even more. Wait, shining, golden hair? Margot thought angrily, her suspicions rising. Rita continued, seemingly innocently, asking about Lena's husband's name. Oh, what was her husband's name again? Rita says smiling. It can't be, Margot thought. Oh, that's right. Paul, Rita says stunning Margot as she froze at the spot. Margot clenched her stomach, her face visibly angry as she turned around and hastily made her way towards the door, attempting to run away from Rita. She slammed the door behind her, leaving Rita observing with a straight face. Good. Everything is going according to plan, Rita thought to herself, satisfied with the outcome of her interaction with Margot. Soon, in the kitchen, Rosalie Amber was busy packaging some baked cookies, taking great care in wrapping them. Rita entered, observing Rosalie's meticulous work. What a pretty thing, Rosalie. You took such care in wrapping it, she remarked, her tone seemingly innocent. Whoever is it for? Rita asked absent-mindedly as she watched Rosalie Amber package the cookies. Margot loves cookies, you see, Rosalie replied, wearing a beam of smile. You seem quite close with her. How long have you two known each other? Rita inquired, her curiosity piqued. It hasn't been very long. Margot came to the center about 3 months ago. Poor thing, had been sold to the red light district at such a young age, Rosalie said cheerfully. Dummy, Margot had a normal life with her family. Before hearing the pay was good and going to the red light district of her own accord, Rita thought unconvinced by Rosalie's description of Margot. She fell in love and became with child, but apparently, her lover ran off with all her money. Rosalie continued, narrating Margot's story. Poor Margot, what rotten luck she's had, Rita exclaimed sympathetically, to which Rosalie nodded in agreement. Still, she's been so strong. The immense love she has for the child growing inside her, Rosalie Amber added, wiping away some tears forming in her eyes. She told me she's never even owned a hairpin. She's willing to sacrifice so much for her child. She is nothing short of noble, she told Rita with joy. As Rosalie spoke of Margot's supposed sacrifice for her child, Rita couldn't help but feel a sense of skepticism. Sacrifice for her child? The greed is right there in her eyes. I guess Rosalie's incapable of seeing it, other than her breathing, everything that comes out of Margot's mouth seems to be a lie, Rita thought to herself with a sigh, growing increasingly doubtful of Margot's sincerity. So I gifted her one of my old hairpins, and she thanked me with tears in her eyes, just for a simple hairpin, Rosalie Amber added, sniffing her nose as tears welled up again. Suddenly, Rita remembered something urgently. Rosalie, she said, placing her hand on the table. I was walking in the garden earlier, and I saw Margot napping in a corner, sweating profusely. I'm worried she may soon be overcome by dehydration. She is with child after all, Rita remarked, perplexing Rosalie Amber. Oh my! Dehydration is extremely dangerous for expecting mothers, Rosalie exclaimed, her expression filled with worry. She seemed to be in a deep sleep, so I did not wish to disturb her, but I fear that was a grave mistake. Let us fill a jug with water and find her immediately, Rita instructed, her concern for Margot evident. Yes, Rosalie agreed, and they set out together to find Margot. Outside the building, the two ladies walked gently as they made their way towards Margot's location. Rosalie, we should walk quietly, Rita tells Rosalie Amber quietly. We don't want to startle Margot while she is sleeping and possibly induce shock, she says holding Rosalie Amber's hand as they walked, conveying both support and caution. Verta, you are such a kind person, Rosalie remarked, expressing her admiration for Rita. Really, what am I going to do with her? She's a terrible judge of character, Rita thought to herself with a surprised look, realizing Rosalie's naivety about Margot's true nature. Damn them all! Margot screamed. Rosalie Amber stood stunned, not knowing where the screams were coming from. Rita held her hand calmly. What's wrong, Verta? Rosalie asked her. Shush, Rita told her, indicating the need for her to be silent. Verta, damn that bitch to hell! Margot shouted. How dare she use that son of a bitch pole against me? Just wait, I'll make sure to crush that pretty little face into pieces, Margot said angrily. The two ladies stood watching her from a distance. Rosalie Amber turned to Rita, tears forming in her eyes as she trembled slightly. She's terrified that Margot will be punished. It's because she is so utterly blind that Rosalie gets toyed around with by lowly scammers like Margot, Rita thought. Just listen, she told Rosalie quietly, placing her finger against her lips to indicate she should stay quiet. Margot kicked the tree hard once more. She kept kicking the tree angrily, but then stopped for a moment, feeling the hairpin in her hair. Silly Rosalie. She thinks herself a saint just for giving me this pin, Margot said angrily, causing Rosalie Amber to stare in shock. A rich little heiress like her should flaunt her wealth a little more. That useless empty-headed moron. Paul, that good-for-nothing bastard. Seeing as he's the father, no doubt the child would be a brat as well. If it's a girl, I'll sell it to the red light district. If it's a boy, perhaps I should just kill it, Margot said aloud, stunning Rita. Rosalie Amber quivered as she clenched her hands, squeezing them against her chest. Verta, let's leave, please, she said amidst sobs, tears dripping down her cheeks. Rita slipped her hand onto her shoulder, wearing a smile on her face. Nobody could be as easy to manipulate as this girl, she thought. Very well, Rosalie, Rita said aloud, I've already achieved my goal, she thought, her inner satisfaction evident as she felt fulfilled by seeing Rosalie Amber in such a state. The two ladies soon went back into the house and sat facing each other. Rita watched as Rosalie Amber cried gently, sniffing alongside. I'm so embarrassed, but this isn't the first time this has happened to me, Rosalie Amber admitted, tears streaming down her face. No matter how much I help others without expecting anything in return, I always find they only desire something from me, she said, pausing for a while as Rita observed her, sighing inwardly. I'm such a terrible judge of character, Rosalie Amber confessed amidst her tears. You're right, you are the point where it's painful to witness, Rita agreed calmly, her thoughts betraying her lack of sympathy. Have you ever had a friend who truly cares for you? She asked, attempting to steer the conversation in a different direction. Rather than participating in high society, I devoted my time to charity. But of course, maintaining relationships in that capacity is no easy task. When people's priorities differ, it's hard to understand each other, Rosalie Amber tells Rita, her palm close to her face as she sobs. So you have no friends? Rita asks Rosalie Amber with a straight face. Rosalie, you claim to help people without asking for anything in return. But I don't believe that is true, Rita tells her coldly. No, I truly ask for nothing and give with genuine intentions, Rosalie shouts back. You genuinely want to hear praise from others, don't you? Rita says, stunning Rosalie Amber. She gasps in horror, staring at Rita. You only like people who tell you sweet things. That is why you fall victim to people like Margot, Rita continues, her tone icy. Rosalie slumps into sadness, her gaze fixed on the floor. You would do anything for the right compliment. No wonder you seem like such an easy target to these people. If you fail to unlearn this, you are doomed to repeat the cycle for the rest of your days, Rita said, dropping her teacup before getting up from her seat. She began walking to the door slowly, her footsteps audible in the silence. Rosalie Amber's face remained lowered in shame. Verta, wait. I don't want to live like this anymore. Please help me, Rosalie pleaded, catching her tears as they dripped from her cheeks. Please be my friend, she shouted, clenching her fists hard. Rita paused and smiled faintly at her before leaving. A few days later at the Alberhart Manor, Rita received a newsletter from John. Miss, I've brought what you requested, John said, offering her the newsletter. Thank you, she replied with a smile. Rita reminisced about the errand she had sent John on that fateful day before going into the charity organization where Rosalie Amber worked. Good work, she said to him, recalling his service in informing her about Margot's secret. Thanks to your signal, everything has been going according to plan, Rita added softly, satisfied with John's assistance. It isn't much, but here is a bonus, Rita said, tossing John a bag of money. Thank you, miss, John replied, gratefully accepting it and leaving her with the newsletter. Rita placed the newsletter on the table and unwrapped it, reading it calmly. Paul, resident of 43rd Street, killed by a pregnant woman the day before his wedding. The culprit is believed to be his former secret mistress. The trial will be delayed until the culprit gives birth. She will be kept in protective custody until the trial. At minimum, life imprisonment expected. Life imprisonment? She should be executed right after giving birth, Rita thought, knocking the newsletter to the floor in frustration. There was a knock on the door. Miss, it is Yersha. May I come in? Yersha asked, seeking permission to enter Rita's parlor. Enter, Rita said, ushering her in. Yersha entered the room holding a bouquet of flowers. Flowers that suit you, she said softly as she stood in front of Rita. Your afternoon guest today brought them as a gift. Rita flinched suddenly, her gaze snapping to the flowers. Rita remembered her encounter with Prince Van Brandt, recalling the look on his face as he held her close. He's apologizing profusely for some mere sleep-talking, she thought. A smirk played on her lips as she held her jaw. Prince Brandt has arrived? She asked Yersha, sounding perplexed. Yes, he is waiting for you in the first-floor parlor, Yersha replied. Yes, fine. Sit, I have something to show you, Rita said, tapping on a chair and offering Yersha a seat. Yersha sat down calmly. Rita uncovered a paper placed on the table and showed her a picture of a man. Rita stares at Yersha as she observes the picture of the man. Do you like this face? Rita asked Yersha calmly. It's not bad, Yersha replied. Good. How much progress have you made on the Rosario? She inquired. It is made and ready, Yersha responded. Good, let us see this through, Rita said, wearing an evil grin. I haven't forgotten my promise to send you home, she added. Rita then went to meet Prince Brandt in the waiting parlor. They both sat down, facing each other quietly for a while. I was completely out of line, Lady Verta, Prince Brandt said, his face looking down as he broke the silence. That day I was severely ill. It caused me to do such a thing to a lady, he said, looking at Rita slowly as she stared at him, feeling a gentle flush. He blushed instantly under her gaze and quickly turned away, feeling shy. What's wrong with him? One mistake has got him in such a tizzy. Or, is it possible he fancies me? Nonsense. Even daydreaming has its limits. Still, it wouldn't hurt to make sure, Rita thought, a smile building on her face. Prince Brandt, I'm grateful you came all this way. Just apologize. You are too kind. Thank you. Forgiveness is a given, she said, smiling warmly. There is quite a breeze today. Would you care to join me for a walk around the estate gardens? She asked, making him look stunned. Pardon? He said, fixing his gaze on her. In my current position? It would be rude of me to refuse, he thought, his gaze away from Rita. Very well. A hospitable suggestion indeed, he tells her as they both leave the estate to go to the garden. They walk outside quietly. I received your tulips. It is my first time receiving flowers from a man. I was very pleased, Rita says, smiling. I'm glad you like them, Prince Brandt replies, his face turning red. Oh my, your face is flushed. Your Highness, are you feeling unwell? Rita asks, looking concerned as she leans forward. No, not at all. The weather is simply hot today, he tells her softly. Heat stroke and dehydration are extremely dangerous. May I examine you? Rita asks, leaning closer to his face. Rita's hand brushes his face as she touches him gently. Seems he does fancy me after all, she thought inwardly. I'm afraid I must take my leave. Thank you for agreeing to see me today. Until next time, Lady Verta, Prince Brandt said, trying to leave as he turned away. But he was stopped by Rita as she held his shirt, their eyes locking onto one another. Ver. Please, just call me Ver, Prince Brant, she said with a smile, stunning him. Prince Brant turned away from her suddenly, walking quickly away. There he goes, running off again, she thought as she watched him leave. No need to waste time thinking about it now, she thought, brushing her hair with her hand. A few days later, Rita arrived at the Amber estate. She was greeted by Rosalie Amber as she stepped out from the carriage, helped by John. Rosalie smiled happily, watching her step down.
Welcome, Ver.
I'm so happy you've come, Rosalie said excitedly, rushing to hug Rita tightly. Not at all. Thank you for inviting me, Rose, Rita replied as they hugged. Quick, let's go inside. It's been so long since I've invited a friend over. I'm buzzing with excitement, Rosalie says, leading Rita by the hand inside the estate. This is all thanks to Margot, Rita thought, smiling. Inside the estate, the ladies walked along a hallway. If the estate is this beautiful, I cannot even imagine what our dinner will look like, Rita said excitedly. My family is looking forward to meeting you, Rosalie tells her. Rose, what is your younger sister Lily like? Rita asks her. She is not yet 10 years old, and she is unbelievably cute and lovable. She's like a young chick, Rosalie replies. Is that so? Does she resemble you or your father?
Rita asks Rosalie inquisitively.
She primarily takes after my mother. That's why I'm sure once she becomes a woman, she will be an absolute beauty. My mother is very beautiful, you see, Rosalie says charmingly. That beautiful mother, the older sister who competed with Proud Carter for the title of Marquis. Felicia Carter. For someone who was pushed into marriage, she seems to be living quite happily, Rita thought inwardly at the mention of Rosalie's mother. We have a family portrait we commissioned about 2 years ago. Would you like to see it? Rosalie asked. Sure, Rita replied, looking excited and smiling warmly. Here it is, Rosalie said, showing Rita her family's portrait. They both stood in front of a huge photo hung on the wall. Rita observed Felicia Carter's face closely. They're siblings, after all. In some ways, she does resemble Carter, that utter prick, Rita thought with a straight look. My mother is quite the beauty, no? When I first met her, I believed she was a princess, Rosalie said happily. Are there any portraits of her fiancé Nathan? Rita asked softly. Rose, your fiancé will also be joining us for dinner, yes? Yes, you are a dear friend to me. Hence, I would like nothing more than the two of you to meet. It's been 2 weeks since I've last seen him too, Rosalie said with a smile. It's obvious she developed a one-sided crush on Nathan and followed him around. She threw away any notion of dignity, Rita thought as she observed Rosalie. A maid walked up to them gently. Miss, dinner is ready to be served, the maid said softly, drawing their attention. Will I finally meet Nathan? Considering I've been doing charity for 3 weeks just to see his stupid face, Rita thought, sounding optimistic. Shelve, fair. Rosalie asked Rita with a smile. Let's. I look forward to meeting everyone, Rita responded, smiling as well. At the dining table, the family and Rita ate their meal quietly. The meals were sumptuous. Everything is perfect, except for one thing, Rita thought, rubbing her full tummy. That damn Nathan Hector, she thought, glancing at Rosalie. A maid came forward, whispering something to Rosalie's hearing. Anything at all? Rosalie said, asking the maid quietly. No, miss, I'm so sorry, the maid whispered back to Rosalie. How strange. He promised he would come, Rosalie Amber said, her face becoming sad. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, interrupting the family's dinner. Please excuse the interruption, Miss Rosalie, a butler said upon entering the dining room. He came forward, dropping an envelope on the table beside Rosalie as he bowed. Rosalie opened up the envelope, reading the letter silently, her eyes scanning the words. They widened instantly as she read further. Excuse me, my apologies, she said, dashing out of the dining room in a rush. Rosalie, Rita called out, looking tense as she watched her friend leave, but Rosalie didn't reply. No matter how upset she might be, How could she just leave the friend she invited and run off like that? It's so awkward, Rita thought. It is an honor to have you visit the Amber estate, Lady Verta. I will reproach my daughter later for her rude behavior, Marquis Amber said in a tensed manner. No need, Your Excellency. I am Rosalie's friend. I should be thanking her for the incredible kindness she has shown me today, Rita said, smiling. Felicia Carter held her head in disgust. Rose will return once she regains her composure. If you'd like, shall we have a cup of tea? She said, offering private time with Rita. They do say if you lose some, you win some. To think trying to meet Nathan would allow me the chance to have a private tea time with Felicia. What a wonderful opportunity, Rita thought with a smile. I would love to. It would be an honor, Lady Amber, Rita said with a faint smile. Later, at Felicia Carter's parlor, the ladies sat facing each other, with a cup of tea placed in front of them. I cannot even recall how many years it has been since Rose last invited a friend to our estate, Felicia Carter said, sipping tea. Thank you for befriending that child, she tells Rita. Please, there is no need to thank me. Ties between friends are said to be woven by the goddess herself, Rose tells Felicia calmly. Although I am not Rose's biological mother, I have watched her grow for over 10 years now. There have been many who try to use her simply because she loves people and has a soft heart. She was hurt over and over, and yet she never seemed to tire of chasing others' affection, Felicia Carter said, her eyes keenly observing Rita. I may be quite good at reading others, but this woman is an enigma. Whether she likes or dislikes Rosalie, her stepchild, I cannot tell, she thought.
Thank you for joining us on this incredible adventure. If you enjoyed what you watched, please consider liking, subscribing, and ringing that notification bell. Your comments mean the world to us and help us improve. The next episode promises even more excitement and unexpected twists, so stay tuned as we embark on this thrilling journey together. Keep the anticipation alive and we'll catch you in the next episode.